Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. I think we're live. Yes, we are. All right, welcome back, everybody. Obviously, we have some pretty extensive severe weather coverage ahead over the next several hours. We have plenty of severe weather already happening over on the East Coast. We'll be talking about that a little bit, but the main concern really today is going to be this large, slight, and enhanced risk of severe weather that we have across the Great Plains, with all modes of severe weather being possible throughout the afternoon and evening tonight. Damaging winds, large to very large hail, and as well as a few tornadoes will be possible, and there's also a strong tornado threat that will exist across parts of Kansas and as well as Nebraska, where we do have a 10% hatched tornado risk, and we'll be talking about this a little bit here in this live stream. Obviously, this is the main focus, will be across the Great Plains. I do want to give you a couple of quick updates. We already have a tornado watch that has been issued. This was issued about an hour ago. I thought it was a little bit early, and we haven't seen anything quite yet develop here, other than now we're starting to see a couple of storms firing up near Big Spring, Texas, but there is a tornado watch issued now for southwest Oklahoma and a large chunk of north central Texas. This entire pink area is your tornado watch, and this will go all the way until 9 p.m. Central Time. So if you're anywhere in here, you need to make sure that you have your tornado action plan ready in case there is a tornado warning or two in this area between now and 9 o'clock tonight. So definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware, as again, there is a tornado watch. The Storm Prediction Center has mentioned on here that a couple of tornadoes are possible, so their terminology here basically saying that there may be a couple of tornadoes here, but obviously it is a kind of like a 50-50 chance almost that we'll see tornadoes. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail up to 3 inches in diameter is also going to be likely, so some significant hail is going to be likely, especially out of the initial discrete supercells that we see develop back in West Texas here over the next hour or two. And then scattered damaging winds and isolated significant damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour will be possible. Notice we do have some storm initiation just beginning now east of Midland, Texas. This is on the furthest western side here of this tornado watch, meaning that these are going to be the first storms that we'll have to watch for over the next couple of hours that will try to become severe and eventually try to produce some significant hail, in addition to the threat of maybe an isolated tornado or two. So if you are anywhere in central Texas like Abilene, Big Spring, Sweetwater, Bollinger, San Angelo, back through Wichita Falls, Vernon, and also just south of Lawton and as well as Childress, definitely make sure again that you have your tornado action plan ready, as there will be a chance for an isolated tornado or two. Here's the live cyclone port on radar Omega out of German, Texas. This is just to the southeast of Wichita Falls. I do want to point out that there is a lot of cloud cover down in Texas today, and this is actually kind of limiting the instability, but in this particular environment we do not need a ton of instability because we do have a dry line setup, so that will allow for some severe weather to fire off here no matter what. Here's what the satellite looks like right now. We'll go to here. Here's the satellite right now. So you'll actually notice that we have a thick amount of cloud cover across much of west and central Texas. And again, this is going to allow for the instability to be much less than it could be today, but we are already seeing a couple of storms firing off. And if we zoom in here, you can actually see those overshooting cloud tops that are trying to kind of overshoot now near Midland, Texas. Those are the initial supercells that are just starting to fire off, and those will probably become severe in the next half an hour to 45 minutes as those continue to move towards areas like Sweetwater and eventually going towards Abilene. But a big issue is the cloud cover down here to the south. What isn't as much of an issue though up to the north is really the cloud cover right now. We actually have a lot of sunshine across many areas in Nebraska and as well as Kansas and back into South Dakota, where there will be a severe weather threat. We do have some cumulus clouds right now developing across this area from southern Nebraska back through northern Kansas, and the Storm Prediction Center just mentioned that there is going to likely be a tornado watch here pretty soon in the area that I just circled. Let me find the exact graphic here. Give me 1 second. Supercell development is likely in the next hour or two, and a tornado watch is likely. This does include much of Nebraska, so anywhere from Valentine, Nebraska, back into northern Kansas is included now in this potential for a tornado watch. I'm guessing a tornado watch will be issued in like the next 15 minutes, so within the next 15 to 20 minutes, expect a tornado watch here across parts of Nebraska, and as well as back through Kansas. And we actually can pull up the mesoscale discussion on radar Omega. Let me find where that is real quick. It is right here. Here's the mesoscale discussion. So this is where a tornado watch is likely. I think it'll pop up, maybe. We'll see. I don't know if the satellite is playing a factor in it, but basically, as I just said before, it's going to include most of Nebraska and as well as north central Kansas. Once again, that tornado watch will be issued here relatively soon. But as I was talking about with the satellite imagery, once again, we do have some cumulus clouds that are beginning to develop. That gives us a sign that there is some rising motion right now in the atmosphere, and this will eventually lead to the threat of some showers and thunderstorms developing within the next hour or two, and this will likely lead to that significant severe weather threat here relatively soon as well. Looks like we got a couple of storms actually definitely starting to develop here as well near North Platte. Let's go to the live radar feed here. Nothing severe over here yet, but that might be a couple of storms that are trying to fire up. Yeah, we got like a little shower just starting to form right now southeast of North Platte, so that gives you an idea again that there is some rising motion. This particular area of shower activity may be struggling because of the cap that's in place as of right now, but once that's overcome, we should pretty easily get some showers and thunderstorms going. There's also a severe thunderstorm watch that was issued back up in parts of South Dakota and a very small sliver here of Nebraska, and this will go all the way until I believe 10 o'clock. Yeah, 10 o'clock Mountain Time or 11 o'clock Central Time, so either time zone that you're in. Again, this includes South Dakota, parts of northeast Wyoming even included in this, and northwest Nebraska. The main concern is scattered large hail and even a couple of significant hail events up to 2 inches in diameter, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. In addition to that, a tornado or two still remain possible back up in this severe thunderstorm watch. So this area will get filled in pretty quickly here soon. We're going to get a tornado watch here momentarily for this entire area is my presumption here, so that would include again much of Nebraska and as well as northern Kansas, where there will be a tornado watch issued here relatively soon. So obviously once you're in that tornado watch, that does mean that conditions are at least favorable for at least a couple or even a few tornadoes, so definitely make sure that you have a tornado action plan in place. What that means is that you know where you're going to be going if there is a tornado warning today in any areas from Texas back into Nebraska and South Dakota, where there will be a chance for a few tornadoes and even a couple of strong tornadoes cannot be ruled out. So what you want to make sure that you are doing right now is going over that tornado action plan, meaning you know where you're going, where your sturdy structure place is, whether that is a basement, a storm shelter, or something along those lines. Make sure that you know where you're going. It's usually the most interior room of your home or building and on the absolute lowest floor possible. In most cases, that is either a storm shelter or a basement, but also that also can include things like a bathroom or a closet, or even a little like kind of closet under your stairwell too. Those can usually be pretty helpful if you're in like a 2-story building. So that's what you need to make sure that you're doing, because again, we are going to get some pretty significant storms here this afternoon and evening. Though most of the storm activity is going to be isolated in nature, I do think we are definitely going to get some of these storms that do produce that isolated tornado risk. In addition to that, I also expect the threat for some very significant hail. And these two storms that are just developing now near Midland, Texas, these are beginning to ramp up pretty quickly. I do think that we'll probably get warnings on these here soon, as long as they continue to develop. I'm not seeing any rotation yet. It's a very early stage of these two storms, so we're not really going to get that probably for at least 30 minutes if there is going to be any, but we're definitely going to have to watch here for the potential for some large to very large hail as these move closer to Big Spring, Westbrook, and Lorain, Texas, and eventually these are going to be tracking towards Sweetwater and Abilene. So if you're in those areas, definitely stay weather aware, as storms will be on the track for you here relatively soon. So once again, extensive live coverage all afternoon long and evening, so make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. And also, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. If you do need a weather app for today and any day, make sure to download Radar Omega. It is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It's a fantastic weather app, has tons of things like the live radar feed, velocities, storm reports, and also a ton more, including live cams. And you can also watch storm chasers in the app that are literally going to have their pinpoint location, so you know where they are as well. Again, you can download Radar Omega for only $8.99 on the iOS and Android store, with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It's a fantastic weather app, and I cannot recommend it enough. Just a little update for those that are on the East Coast. We're going to be talking about this a little bit, at least at the beginning, while storms are starting to form back over on the kind of the Great Plains. But we do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings. All of these, again, are very marginal threats. They are quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The most intense cluster of storms that we have right now is in Northeast Virginia. These are primarily, again, damaging wind and hail producers. There's a very low to zero tornado risk today. As of now, the Storm Prediction Center has not put any tornado risk on this area today. That means not even a 2% tornado risk. Even though that there's an enhanced risk for severe weather, it's mainly for damaging winds. So we don't have any sort of tornado risk for today in Maryland or Virginia, or really anywhere in West Virginia or North Carolina. The only concern today really is going to be damaging winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. In addition to that, we'll also be watching for some large hail upwards of maybe up to ping pong ball sized hail, and also plenty of lightning. The radar omega lightning detection is showing a ton of lightning, especially centered back near Colonial Beach, Virginia, and that is currently moving southeast, and that'll be eventually approaching the Tappahannock area, as well as areas near Heathville. So those areas will be in the track here of that large hail and damaging windstorm over the next little while. Also, Fredericksburg is getting in on some of the action right now with plenty of lightning, some hail, and damaging winds. We actually do have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, believe it or not, and that is a lot of it is from this activity over here. So a lot of the severe thunderstorm warnings that you're going to see today, they are mainly going to be from this activity. And we probably will be getting a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm at some point soon near Midland, Texas. And once again, there is now a tornado watch that goes until 9 p.m. Central Time for Southwest Oklahoma and a large chunk of north central Texas, and there will be another tornado watch here relatively soon, probably in the next, again, 15 to 20 minutes across parts of Nebraska and as well as northern Kansas. Connor Croft storm chasing with us. He'll be with us probably in about 20 minutes, I think. He's activating his live stream. Actually, no, he'll be with us in about an hour approximately. So Connor Croft will be storm chasing with us in approximately an hour, as we are going to be, again, doing in-depth and extensive severe weather coverage tonight. This live stream could easily go until midnight, so this might even be an 8-hour live stream. I'm not ruling that out with the event today that we have in store. A lot of the storms today are going to end up being after sunset, so it's definitely a possibility that this live stream is on the longer side of things. So buckle up. It is going to probably be a pretty active day. Obviously, we're going live a little bit early just to kind of give you an idea of what's happening right now, and again, we'll be keeping you posted with the latest as these storms do continue to develop. And so far, the initial storm development will be in Texas and Oklahoma. That is where I would expect the greatest threat over the next couple of hours, and then also in northern Nebraska, or sorry, not northern Nebraska, really anywhere in Nebraska and as well as northern Kansas, you will also be in the threat of severe weather within the next hour or two once storms do begin to fire up. So those will be happening here pretty soon as well. So it's definitely going to get pretty active here pretty quickly. With that being said, again, a lot of the storm activity will be isolated today, so not everybody is going to see severe weather today, but those that do, again, could very easily be a little bit more on the significant side of things. So definitely expecting an active day ahead here across much of the Great Plains and even the East Coast, where there is currently 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a ton of warnings over there right now. Also, we'll have 2 live cams on the right side of your screen. Connor Croft will probably replace one of them, but we do have 2 live cams for the time being. Those are virtual rail fans. One of them is in Kearney, Nebraska. You can actually see the very low deck or cumulus deck of clouds there in Kearney, Nebraska. So some clouds are beginning to bubble up there. And then Quanah, Texas, which is back up here to the north, back over here, so just west of Wichita Falls and west of Vernon. That is also where we have a lot of cloud cover, and it's been cloudy there all day, so we have not really had any breaks of the clouds there, which is not really going to impact the overall threat of severe weather down here to the south, because we have a dry line setup. It's a little bit different from what's happening up to the north, so overall a little bit different of a setup down here in Texas and as well as southwest Oklahoma. Storms will initiate even though we have a lot of clouds in the area. Back up to the north, it actually requires a bit more sunshine if you're back up in like Kansas and Nebraska, which we've had plenty so far. Just the problem so far, and I think the biggest problem today will be the trough timing. It's going to play a big factor into today's severe weather threat. So we'll see how that plays a factor later today, but for the time being, definitely going to be a pretty active afternoon and evening, especially this evening. I think the most active time today will probably be closer to like 7, 8, 9 o'clock, but we'll probably at least have some storm development here in Texas here relatively soon, which we already have a couple storms, so we'll see how they evolve here. Is Denton in danger today? I'm not expecting Denton, Texas to really be in danger. I think Denton overall is not going to be really in a big threat by any means of severe weather, and I don't really expect them to be much of a threat. I think the main concern, if you get anything, would just be gusty winds or small hail, because we do have a strong cap in place further back out here to the west. So if we go over here to the future radar, pop this thing and we'll go to the 18Z model run. This is just a good example of what's going to happen today down here in the southern plains. We're going to have some storm development over the next few hours. Notice how those blow up around 5, 6 o'clock. Really intense thunderstorms by 7, 8 o'clock across much of Texas and as well as back into southwest Oklahoma. But the problem is going to be this large cap that we have in place today. This is what you call a cap. And the cap is essentially a temperature inversion in the atmosphere that blocks storms from growing up past a certain height. And that's going to prevent a lot of the storm activity from even making it to the Metroplex. If for some reason we end up getting some sort of storm that can keep going through that environment, you might see some isolated damaging winds, but I'm honestly not concerned for the DFW Metroplex today. I think really the greatest concern is going to be with those storms during the afternoon and evening, which is again the main reason why we're going live this early is for that event. The thing that we're gonna have to watch for this evening will be storm development back up in Nebraska and Kansas. Now the HRRR model does not show really any storm development until 11 or 12 tonight. I would not be surprised though if we got some early storms going in northern Kansas or Nebraska. As of now, it is not currently in the forecast in the HRRR model have any storms in this area, but I'm still not ruling it out since we already have some cumulus clouds growing there. But overnight tonight, definitely a better shot of showers and storms with large to very large hail and a strong tornado risk existing, which unfortunately the tornado risk may be a bit further into the overnight hours. We're talking like after 10 to 11 o'clock, we might actually have a tornado risk still existing. So you definitely want to make sure if you're going to bed early tonight that you do have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place just in case, because it's probably going to be pretty active up in here overnight tonight, and there's going to be lots of thunder and lightning. It is going to be hard to sleep in this sort of environment. By tomorrow morning, these storms move into eastern Kansas and Nebraska, where there will be a low tornado risk tomorrow morning. And then eventually we're going to get 2 rounds of storms in the Midwest as we go into tomorrow, which somebody just asked about the Chicago suburbs for Tuesday. Overall, the main concern would be damaging winds there, or maybe a brief tornado. But notice we're going to get 2 different rounds of storms tomorrow. We talked a lot about this in our live stream earlier, where there will be 2 different rounds. The first round is this one. This one will be mainly damaging winds and a couple of isolated tornadoes. The second one is a bit more conditional. It depends on if the environment basically, or the air mass basically comes back quick enough so it recovers fast enough. If the air mass does recover fast enough, we'll end up getting a few discrete cells behind that initial line, and that will produce the threat of an isolated strong tornado or 2, in addition to more damaging winds and hail. But I think overall the severe weather threat tomorrow is more geared towards the afternoon and even into the evening hours. So tomorrow's severe weather threat, not nearly as late in the evening as what we're talking about today. Today's threat is unfortunately going to be a lot more nocturnal than tomorrow's, and that's kind of an unfortunate part of this entire thing, because again, nocturnal tornado threats are the worst. Whenever we have a tornado overnight, there's always somebody sleeping. It means it's just kind of inevitable that it's going to happen, and hopefully everybody has heard about this at this point and knows that there is at least an isolated chance for a strong tornado tonight. If you know any friends or family that are in the track of the storms today, make sure at least give them a heads up. You don't have to share my stream with them, but just at least tell them, hey, there's a tornado risk in your area today. Just be mindful, and that might happen tonight when you're sleeping. So definitely make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place. Cannot stress that enough, because it's again going to be a pretty active day today here across the Great Plains. More active during the evening than the actual daytime per se, but it's definitely going to be pretty active. Then we got 8 severe thunderstorm warnings on the East Coast. I mean, that's another area that's not dealing with a nocturnal severe weather threat, but they are dealing with their own fair share of severe storms today. This is, again, very reminiscent of what we went live for last night with the severe weather in Ohio and Pennsylvania. And so I don't think this severe weather is going to be anything different from what we saw yesterday. Maybe a slightly lower flooding threat. We did end up getting a couple of flash flood warnings yesterday, but this severe weather threat, honestly, I'm not too concerned about. It's pretty marginal severe weather. We'll continue to check in on these storms to see if anything's, really going crazy, but for the most part, these are all just 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind storms and half-dollar sized hail threats. And again, that severe thunderstorm watch will go for about 6 more hours till about 10 o'clock, and they just canceled the watch for Washington, D.C. So, and we have now a severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina, believe it or not. We are, again, at 9 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, and they're all over there on the east coast of the United States. Some crazy stuff happening over there. Thank you, Bridget, for the $2 super chat. Status for Cedar Rapids, Iowa tomorrow. I'm honestly, again, most concerned about the damaging wind risk, but I'm not ruling out a couple of strong tornadoes somewhere in Iowa. Again, they would probably be somewhere in that vicinity, maybe south of you. It's going to be kind of in that ballpark of either being in East Iowa or Southeast Iowa. So definitely make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and, again, have a tornado action plan in place. I am planning on going live twice tomorrow, once from about 11 to 2, and then we'll be live again tomorrow, probably for the actual severe weather event in the afternoon from like 4 until we don't have to be live anymore. So we'll have probably 2 more live streams tomorrow. The reason why is because, again, I have an exam right in between the severe weather event. So fantastic stuff for tomorrow. But we'll talk more about tomorrow once we get closer to it. Also, thank you, Bridget, again for another $2 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. While we are in a bit of a lull when it comes to the overall storm development, you can feel free to leave some questions in the chat, and I will be trying to get to them. We do have our warning updating thing at the bottom of your screen, so all the warnings that are currently ongoing will be down there. Again, what we're looking at here is not a severe storm, but it is a storm that is just now popping up east of Midland, Texas, and this is our first storm of the day here across the Great Plains. That does have a legitimate shot of becoming severe. We also have another one now near Colorado City that's trying to develop. So I am expecting some more storm development here in central Texas and north central Texas, and even back into Oklahoma over the next few hours, where there will be the chance for some significant hail, damaging winds, and even a couple of tornadoes do remain possible between now and 9 o'clock across Texas and as well as back into Oklahoma. And in addition to that, we are also watching for a potential tornado watch here soon in Nebraska and Kansas. The Storm Prediction Center did issue a mesoscale discussion for this area back up in Nebraska and Kansas. I'll pull that up again. Just give me 1 second. I'm actually going to pull up 3 different mesoscale discussions. We have 3 different ones. This is our first one. So convective initiation expected by right about now until about 5 to 6 o'clock. Tornado watch is likely, which there's a 95% chance that we get a tornado watch in Nebraska and northern Kansas. That'll be issued here probably again in the next 10 to 15 minutes, if not maybe even sooner than that. And then in addition to that, we have a couple of other mesoscale discussions that have been issued. We have one over on the East Coast with the main concern for large hail and damaging winds. And then we also have a mesoscale discussion for those near St. Louis along the warm frontal boundary. And this is an area that we're probably going to watch a little bit here this afternoon, but the main concern is large hail and damaging winds. It's a quite a conditional threat. We'll see if storms actually fire up here, but there is definitely a chance for a couple of isolated thunderstorms this afternoon with some isolated modest hail. We're talking $quarter to $half sized hail and then 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds being possible. And again, that would include areas like St. Louis, Farmington, and then just back down to the south of St. Louis. So very small area there, but that's one other area that we'll be talking about here a little bit if storms do get going. And if we go to the satellite imagery right now, or actually we can just go to the live radar, we do actually have one little shower or storm that is just popping up now, just to the southeast of Cuba. So we might get a little isolated severe weather threat going there, but overall not looking too concerning. And there's only a marginal threat of severe weather in St. Louis, so nothing significant or out of the ordinary, but it will be something to watch for in case we do get anything close there to the St. Louis metro area. So we'll be definitely keeping a close eye on that. Yeah, we're probably gonna get a severe thunderstorm warning near Garden City here relatively shortly. That hail core looks like it's beginning to actually fire up and develop now near Garden City. This is in Texas. Correlation coefficient now showing hail. Let's check out the vertically integrated liquid, which is another product that we use on the radar for looking at like hail cores and stuff like that. We also have a view of that here now. So definitely a chance that we get some sort of severe thunderstorm warning here soon. That storm's been blowing up a lot over the last few minutes north of Garden City, Texas. We will probably get a warning here shortly. All right, thank you, Edward, for the $20 donation via PayPal. I appreciate that a lot. I don't think there's a comment on this, but I do appreciate your generosity, Edward, and thank you for your very generous $20 donation. Checking to see if there was a message. I don't have it on my phone, which is where I got notified. Also, if you're tuning in, Nicholas, thank you for the $5 Venmo from earlier. I did miss that. Thank you. Oh, that's Traffic Light. Thank you for the $20 donation. Thank you for the coverage. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you. I'll get to that here in a second. Thank you, Guy, for the $4.99. I love the cap that Texas wears. It's a fantastic hat. We sell it on the Max Velocity store. Not really. Imagine. No, I mean, the cap that's in place again in Texas and Oklahoma, that's going to really play a factor in severe weather today. And this cap is going to limit most of the storm activity from entering into this area in Oklahoma and Texas. With that said, we're probably at least going to get a couple of storms that do reach at least toward Oklahoma City or the Wichita Falls area, which is included in that tornado watch, by the way, over the next few hours once these storms move closer to that area. But once the sun sets, any storms that are going toward DFW or like Tulsa or somewhere over here in like southeast Oklahoma, they're going to struggle a ton because it's just such a capped off environment that we're going to have there tonight. So overall, I do expect a lot less severe weather there in East Oklahoma and Texas. Thank you, Derek, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate that, and welcome to the Velocities. And also, thank you, Andrew, for the $2 super chat. When will you wear wigs? What kind of question is that? Wigs? What about Tulsa? I just talked about Tulsa. So again, I don't think we're going to see severe weather there. If we do get any storms, it's going to be overnight tonight. So we're talking like after midnight tonight. What exam do I have tomorrow? Funny enough, it's a broadcast meteorology exam. So it's basically what I'm doing right now, but in different terms. This is a photo from Austin Evans on Twitter. This is in Mineral, Virginia right now. This is one of the storms. Huge rain shaft. Nice cloud base as well. Beautiful photo, though. From Austin Evans on Twitter. This is a severe warned storm as well in Mineral, Virginia. Actually, we can hop over to that real quick. Let's go to Mineral, Virginia. Special weather statement just issued on this storm, by the way. In Texas, they've yet to issue a warning on that. So they don't, at least they don't seem like they think that there's any hail that's significant there as of right now. Radar site, there we go. This is a storm in Mineral right now. So it's just a quarter-sized hailstorm, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and this is what it looks like right now in picture. So really fantastic photo right there. Looks like they have some forest being chopped down right there or something like that. But that right there will be your pretty impressive storm structure. And that was from Austin Evans on Twitter. Interesting storm. And we got a bunch of severe thunderstorms over here in Virginia right now. This will really not be our greatest concern today in terms of severe weather, but plenty of these storms are producing some large hail and damaging winds, so that will be the main concern here. Thank you, Soccer, for the $4.99. Is in King George, Virginia. Storms looking pretty ugly here. Yeah, there's no tornadoes expected in Virginia. I'm not expecting a tornado risk. If you get a tornado, it would be very brief. So there's no outlined tornado risk for today in Virginia. And I'm not expecting a tornado risk to really develop out of these storms. It's very similar to what happened yesterday. If you're watching our live stream yesterday in Ohio and Pennsylvania, where we had some storms that developed and they never really materialized into anything beyond just hail and damaging winds. We never really had any rotation on those storms, and I think that's the same thing that we'll be looking at today over that direction. I think the Great Plains, that's really where any tornado risk would exist today. Thank you, Ethan, for the $4.99. Kansas. Yes, Kansas is definitely an interesting place overall today. It's kind of the wild card place when it comes to knowing what's actually going to happen here. If you can guess correctly what happens here, you might win the lottery, because it's going to be one of those days where we just don't know what's exactly going to happen here. Either we're going to get some really big storms in Kansas, or it's going to be very minimal activity. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But the Storm Prediction Center did mention that they are going to issue a tornado watch here shortly for northern Kansas and Nebraska, or at least that's what they said is likely. And that was a mesoscale discussion that goes until 4:45 p.m. So pretty likely that we're going to get something there in terms of a tornado watch here relatively soon. With that said, if you're not in northern Kansas, you're probably at least going to have some sort of isolated significant hail threat and maybe a tornado risk. The HRRR model does push out all storms until about 11 o'clock tonight. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to get some storms earlier in the day, maybe one or two storms that develop here in this environment in at least southern Nebraska and northern Kansas. This area here is a much larger question mark that's kind of just south of, let me redraw the circle, anywhere down in here. This is a much bigger question mark as of right now. If you're in southwest parts of Kansas, we don't really know what's going to happen here. Either there's going to be storms that develop here in the next couple of hours, or you might see some storms that develop after like 10 p.m. tonight. And if they do develop after 10 p.m., I think the severe weather risk, honestly, is going to be a bit lower overall. Once we get closer to the overnight hours, that threat of severe weather will likely ramp up a little bit with maybe a strong tornado threat, damaging winds. But I think any strong tornado risk today is going to be very short-lived in this particular environment, unless the storms fire up much earlier in the evening, and I'm talking like closer to like 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. If they fire up closer to that point, they might be a bit more significant, but if they only, develop here around like, I don't know, 11 or 12 o'clock, then we're gonna have a lot more issues with these storms really developing tonight. So it's kind of one of those events right now that it's going to be a very conditional hatch tornado risk. We'll see if it develops, but as of right now, I think it's going to be a bit of a stretch. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for those east of Midland, Texas. Top to that. This is a newly developing storm, our first warning of the day in the Great Plains. And this is going to include areas that are near Sweetwater. So Colorado City, near Garden City, is included in this particular severe thunderstorm warning. This is for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I would not be shocked if this storm went a bit more significant here soon and produced hail as large as the size of Easter eggs, or even maybe a little bit larger than that. So definitely make sure, if you're in the Forsan area, north of Garden City and Colorado City, definitely make sure that you're staying away from windows. And if you've yet to do so already, make sure that you're protecting your vehicle if you're in Texas today. Thank you, Juan, for the 199. What about Oklahoma City? Anywhere in Oklahoma City, it's going to be a very hit or miss storm event. You might see a storm, you might not. If you do see a storm, the main concern would be damaging winds or hail. I'm not really expecting much of a tornado risk. Thank you, Corey, for the 999. I do some storm spotting in general. In general area, always appreciate your coverage. Hey, no problem. I appreciate you tuning in, and thank you again for your generous 999 super chat. That's awesome, though. If you ever get any good photos, feel free to send them to me. One interesting thing about this hailstorm is that we got this very bright white area here. That is your hail core, and you actually can see that hail that's reflecting off the radar site. It's creating this like little illusion here that there's rain here, but that's actually just from the hail. So the hail is actually pretty large right now with this storm. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. Yeah, that hail core is pretty large. Yeah, that right there would be your hail core. And again, when we look at the correlation coefficient, we're usually looking at either debris or we're looking at some sort of hail that's falling. Those are usually the two things that we're looking at with the correlation coefficient during severe weather season. And notice all this area here, like that kind of like grayish color, that red color, that's just representing simply rain that's falling. But when we get these like green and blue colors, that's either hail that's falling or some sort of tornado. In this case, this is just hail, but definitely interesting. And that would be, again, your scatter spike. I think that's the correct name for it. That's north of Garden City. So that's what we're seeing now on radar with this particular storm, just east of Greenwood. And scatter spikes happen more often than not when we get significant hail events ongoing, and this would be an example of that, where we have some very large hail likely falling right now, and I would not be surprised if this storm got upgraded for the hail threat, but we'll have to wait and see. Vertically integrated liquid, which also gives us an idea of the hail that's falling, also showing definitely some hail falling right now near 33, just southwest of Forsan. Moving to the east-northeast down the road, this will be moving towards Colorado City, Texas, and eventually going to be going towards Abilene in the long term. And this storm right now moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. We can track this out with the Radar Omega tracking tool. And this is, again, going to be going towards Abilene down the road. Here's your timing right now. So all the towns and cities on the left side of your screen. So beginning in the next 15 minutes will be Highman, Texas. And then Champion in about 55 minutes. And Sweetwater will be impacted right around 6 o'clock tonight. And then if you're back over near Happy Valley, you might not be so happy at 6:15, because that's when this area of storms will be developing and arriving to your location, with some large to very large hail being possible. And then eventually going towards Abilene, Texas. I may have passed Abilene. Abilene's in here somewhere. Buffalo Cap in about an hour and a half. And Abilene is right here. About 2 hours from now if you're in Abilene. So you got about an hour and a half, 2 hours if you're in Abilene for this particular area of storms, with the main concern being some significant hail. And again, that would be anywhere from ping pong ball sized hail upwards of baseball sized hail is going to be possible here. Yeah, this is pretty close to Easter egg sized hail right now. We'll see what the next radar scan shows in a moment. But yeah, we definitely have a scatter spike right here that's obviously indicative here of some very large hail potential approaching Forsan, Texas, just south of Big Spring. Again, moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. And again, we do have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. Almost all of them, again, are in Virginia. But this would be the one exception. Baseball-sized hail is the biggest I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen people send in photos to me before of some, like, substantial hail, and I'm talking way higher than that. I've seen some, like, 4 or 5 inch diameter hail. The largest I've ever seen a photo of from somebody that sent one in to me was like 6.2 inches in diameter, which is just insane. This storm is not warned for baseball-sized hail, but yes, baseball-sized hail exists. That happens actually more commonly than not. All right, this warning has now been upgraded. It is now a considerable threat for severe weather. If you are in Colorado City, Lorain, Westbrook, now a threat for 2-inch diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So once again, a big upgrade to this warning. This storm has been blowing up over the last several minutes. This is now an upgraded severe thunderstorm warning for those in Colorado City, Texas, and Forsan, Texas, and Lorain. Once again, that is for 2-inch diameter hail. That is the size of an Easter egg. So those Easter eggs you got a few weeks ago, that's what's falling out of the sky right now here near Forsan. In addition to that, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour will be possible. Once again, this is a rapidly intensifying storm, and this is definitely going to be a storm to watch for very closely as it continues to make its approach toward Abilene, Texas in about an hour and a half, 2 hours. We also have another storm that's really starting to strengthen now near Colorado City, and we may get a new warning on this one here soon for some significant hail and damaging winds. That'll be moving towards Sweetwater, Rotan, and Hamlin, Texas, which Hamlin actually saw a tornado last year, I believe. So they're in for a treat there with that significant hail storm that's beginning to develop now. But this one near Forsan, you can see the hail core. It is massive right now. All that white and black pixels that you're seeing there, that would all represent some large to very large hail. And again, we have a scatter spike that's popping up right here. That scatter spike that's going out here away from the radar site would be indicative there of some very large hail. So there's definitely some large to very large hail falling with this storm. And again, that correlation coefficient also showing and verifying that hail potential right now with this particular storm. Yeah, definitely a growing concern here in Central Texas and West Texas, just east of Midland. So definitely going to be a storm to watch for as this continues to move to the east. And I don't think we have a tornado watch quite yet. Yeah, we don't have any tornado watch issued yet for Nebraska or Kansas, but it's definitely possible that we get one here relatively soon. And in case you missed it, this is a photo from Mineral, Texas, of a storm there, or sorry, Mineral, Virginia, not Texas. I was thinking for whatever reason, Mineral Wells. This is back over in Virginia, though. In Mineral, Virginia, from a storm that's been happening there. Very low cloud base and also a very impressive downdraft with a ton of rain. That's your rain shaft right here. So lots of rain falling in that area, but a very cool storm photo there. That is a severe storm that was just happening there near Mineral, Virginia. And if you do get any photos of these storms, feel free to send them in to us on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX or on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. The links to all of our socials are in the description below. Arkansas is not seeing any severe weather today. There is a chance tomorrow, though. So, not in the threat zone for today. Any thoughts on severe weather potential for the last week of April? Let's get through the next couple of days first before we go into late April. It's going to be an active next, like, not even 42 hours, but next 72 hours are going to be very active. So, more concern right now about what's happening within the next 72 hours than I am for something that's happening at the end of April. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning now issued, so we are ramping up quickly on severe thunderstorm warnings. This one's going to include areas near Hermleigh, south of Snyder, Texas. Pretty rural area there, but that's another hailstorm that's rapidly intensifying, producing the threat of half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This includes northeastern Mitchell County and southeastern Scurry County in western Texas. And that storm right now moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So not nearly as fast as the storm that is down here to the southwest. That is producing a much more significant threat of severe weather right now. Once again, this storm that's further down to the south and west of that new severe thunderstorm warning is producing 2-inch sized hail. That is the size of an Easter egg. And damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour will be possible with this storm as it continues to move to the east-northeast. So again, a significant storm will be heading towards Sweetwater, Interstate 20, Merkel, and Abilene will all be in the track of that here relatively soon. And once again, we do have 2 live cams, and we'll also have a storm chaser with us here in a little bit. But we do have 2... Oh, whoa. Actually, let's go to this now. We're up to now baseball-sized hail. I was about to talk about our live cams, but we have now a baseball-sized hail warning which we're just talking about the size of baseballs. They're pretty big. Baseballs are now falling out of the sky southeast of Big Spring, Texas. So that right there is your significant hail core. This has just been warned for baseball-sized hail on the southern side of the storm. So this is definitely an increasing supercell. And we are currently at 10 severe thunderstorm warnings, which our warning counter looks weird when that happens, so we have to fix that. But once again, brand new warning here. This is going to be for those north of Sterling City, Texas. That is now for baseball-sized hail. So once again, if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to stay away from windows. This is a destructive storm moving into northern Sterling County of Texas. Baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds will be possible. And once again, this is north of Sterling City, Texas, east of Midland, producing the threat of baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, moving quickly to the east, northeast, and northeast at approximately 45 miles per hour. So pretty quick-moving storm right now. Just imagine a baseball pitcher throwing a baseball at you at 90 miles per hour. That's pretty much what's happening here. But in this reality, it's falling out of the sky. And it's not coming from a baseball pitcher. It's coming from Mother Nature. So this baseball-sized hail that we have right now is going to be falling out of the sky really quickly. This can injure people, pets, animals. Make sure if you have any horses or cows or whatever other animals you have, make sure that they are in their farm thing, their shelter spot, where whatever, I don't know what they call it, and as well as make sure that you're indoors as well, because this is going to be some very significant hail falling out of the sky. Baseball-sized hail once again here in Texas, and that significant hail core is located near Route 87. So definitely a significant hailstorm here in progress. Vertically integrated liquid, which is another tool that we use for looking at hail on radar, is definitely showing some pretty significant hail, but the reflectivity tells you the story. Barn, thank you. I don't know why I said farm. Barn. Wow, common knowledge 101. Can you believe I'm going to be graduating with a meteorology degree here soon, and I didn't even know what it was called? It was called a barn. That's kind of crazy stuff. Man, oh man. What has happened to my common knowledge? With that being said, though, again, we do have some significant hail falling near Forsan, just southeast of Big Spring. That's going to be moving towards 163 and 208 here relatively soon. Such crazy weather recently. This is pretty typical for spring, even though the severe weather has been way further to the north than it usually is. It's been very active this spring. We've had a lot of severe weather, and we are currently on track to have over 100 live streams just for severe weather this year, which is quite literally insane. That's pretty crazy. That's a lot of live streams. We're already up to like 25, I think, this year. It's getting up there. Wichita Falls will be in the threat of severe weather, but it'll probably be closer to like 6 or 7 tonight. So we're still a little ways away from that threat for Wichita Falls. These storms are still a good, I would say, 2 hours out from you, and these will be the ones to watch for. As I was saying, we do have live cams from Virtual Railfan just below me. Those we'll be using throughout the live stream, and we have one right now in Quanah, Texas. We have one in Kearney, Nebraska. We have other options, but those are the 2 ones that are in the hotspots for severe weather today. In addition to that, we will also have Storm Chaser Connor Croft with us here pretty soon. I think he'll be with us at any time. He might already be live. No, he's not yet. I think he's going to be live at like 5 o'clock or so. Or 6. Now it's scheduled for 6. So he'll be with us in about an hour. And we'll be with him for storm chasing and such. He's going to be, I think, back up in Nebraska, I believe. And then also we'll have our Radar Omega Cyclone ports. We have a bunch of live cams here across the United States. We have one that's back up near Graham, Texas, that we'll be using for the Texas storms. We also have a few other live cams on Radar Omega back up in Kansas and even Oklahoma. And if you want to see these live cams for yourself and see Storm Chasers live in the Radar Omega app, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It is only $8.99, but it comes with a bunch of features like those live cams and Cyclone ports in addition to the live radar feed. You can also get other things like computer models and as well as the satellite imagery and much more with their subscriptions. And you can check it out with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. In my opinion, it is the best weather app, and this will keep you ahead of the storms. Another really cool feature of this is that you can track out storms, and we've been doing that a little bit already, but this will give you an idea of the track of storms that are ongoing. And once again, these storms that are currently ongoing right now, just to the west of Abilene, Texas, and east of Midland, are producing upwards of baseball-sized hail. So we got a significant storm right now in progress that is moving east-northeast. Going to be going toward Interstate 20 in the next few minutes. So if you know anybody that's traveling on Interstate 20, please give them a heads up. Make sure that they are aware of this particular storm, as there is going to be a chance here for some significant hail. Upwards of baseball-sized hail will be possible. My tree I just planted snapped. How rude. That is unfortunate. How can you talk non-stop? I have no clue. It's just... I do it. I don't know why. I've been trying to work on talking slower, but it's so far not happened. There is a tornado watch in Wichita Falls. Yes. And we're still waiting to see if we get a tornado watch in Nebraska and Kansas. We haven't gotten one yet. There was rumor that there was going to be one here relatively soon. Rumor, as in the Storm Prediction Center, mentioned that a tornado watch was likely. Once again, they gave it a 95% chance, which means sometimes it, you know, happens or doesn't happen. But this was their mesoscale discussion for the tornado watch. So the convective initiation was expected by 21 to 22Z, which is right about now, by the way. Tornado watch likely. And you can see the cumulus deck of clouds there across southern Nebraska and even central Nebraska. But if we go to the satellite imagery, you'll actually see that cumulus deck of clouds that is currently there. We got some storms firing up in here, up in north central Nebraska. So those storms are firing up. Down in here, though, not really much. It's pretty much just low, flat cumulus clouds in those areas. So no storm development here quite yet. But we do have some storm development now in northern Nebraska. Check out the live radar. We got like one little shower near North Platte, and that's really about it. We have a couple of little showers trying to develop now too, just southwest of the radar site near Stapleton. But yeah, so far nothing really developing here quite yet. But we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. Once again, they at least mentioned that there might be a tornado watch there soon. So we'll see if they issue one here down the road. But probably will at some point, just a matter of when at this point. San Angelo, Texas, yes, you are also under a tornado watch. And again, this tornado watch in Texas goes until 9 p.m. So this will go from now until 9. It does look like that cap is beginning to break through just a little bit in Nebraska, so I would at least assume at this point that they'll probably issue a watch relatively soon. And once again, the storm that we're on right now is back down in Texas. This one has blown up a ton over the last several minutes. This storm, again, is near Big Spring. And this one is producing the threat of up to baseball-sized hail. So imagine a baseball pitcher throwing baseballs at you at 90 miles per hour. That is essentially what is falling out of the sky right now. So you want to make sure that you are indoors and away from windows. And make sure to put all of your animals that you might have, like livestock, into your barn, as these storms do continue to ramp up and move to the east-northeast. They'll be eventually going towards areas like Abilene, Texas as well. I'm trying to see if we have any other live cams. We have one in Nebraska. Again, on the right side of your screen. I'm going to go full screen to that. So this is a pretty good view. This is on Virtual Railfan. And you can see at the top left of your screen, those are the cumulus clouds that are beginning to bubble up right now in Nebraska. Let me take off the... Actually, I can't even take it off. Never mind. But kind of at the top left of your screen, that's where we're looking at cumulus clouds bubbling up. Also in the middle of your screen, it's pretty much the same thing. So all these clouds are trying to bubble up right now. There's a cap in place that's preventing them from building up further, but that should be overcome here relatively soon. Again, that's in Kearney, Nebraska. Sorry, it was kind of blocked out. I'll see if I can get a better photo of that. Bottom right of your screen also shows that pretty well. The clouds are beginning to bubble up here, which should lead to some storm development here relatively soon in Nebraska. We also have one in Oklahoma City, but I don't think anything's happening there. We have one in Kansas, I believe. Yeah, we have one in Wichita, Kansas, but also there, we're not looking at anything yet. So, really, our main two live cams, I think, for the first few hours will be in Quanah, Texas, and Kearney. And we'll also have, again, Storm Chaser Connor Croft with us in a little bit. So, we'll have at least some coverage from him. back up in Nebraska. I think he's going to be in Nebraska and Kansas. I think that's the 2 spots he'll be in. St. Louis is not under any sort of tornado risk today. At least I think. Even if you were under one, it's a very low threat. The main concern is going to be large hail. How is Hamlin, Texas? You're going to be in the track of the storms here relatively soon. This entire complex of storms that's developing is basically taking a beeline towards Hamlin. So definitely expecting at least some level of large hail there as these storms move further to the east. And these storms, by the way, are producing a lot of frequent lightning right now. This is the Radar Omega lightning detection. We got a ton of lightning from Big Spring near Forsan, Texas, back into the Hermley area of Texas. So a frequent amount of lightning right now happening with these storms, which is at least indicating that we do have some pretty strong storms happening right here. In addition to that, these storms are also producing some pretty significant hail. The warning that was down here north of Sterling City has been downgraded to ping pong ball sized hail. And the reason why they did that, by the way, is because the storm itself, where the hail core is or was, is probably going to basically miss this warning that they issued here. So the current threat still remains for this area near Forsan in Colorado City, Texas, for 2-inch diameter hail. That is the size of an Easter egg, and as well as a threat for some damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour will be possible. So they've downgraded that warning down to the south. The warning here still remains the same. This one never got upgraded, but it is still for some Easter egg sized hail, and as well as some 70 mile per hour damaging winds. Thank you, Mookie, for the $2 super chat. Anything crazy going to happen near Springfield, Missouri? Maybe tomorrow morning, but even then, I do not anticipate anything too significant. Maybe a brief tornado, maybe some damaging winds, but that's really about it for that area. We got another PayPal donation that I missed again. Thank you, Heidi, for the $25 PayPal donation. As a transplant from the West Coast recently, I appreciate that a lot. I'm glad I can help you with severe weather coverage. We always know the weather in advance. That lowers my fears. I'm glad I can help you out. Thank you very much for your generous $25 donation. I'm glad I can help. Thank you for tuning in. At what hail size can you be dealing with serious injuries? I mean, it can be anything greater than quarter size, really. Quarter size, $half size usually isn't too damaging, but like, I mean, once we get anywhere past like tennis ball sized hail, just imagine a hard block of ice that's the size of a tennis ball falling from the sky at rates of 80 to 90 miles per hour. That's how bad it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. So anything above, really, I would say 2 inches in diameter can definitely hurt. But even quarter size, $half size can hurt. I mean, those hailstones are coming out of the sky at like 80, 90, 100 miles per hour. And once they land on you, it's going to hurt. That's why storm chasers don't go outside of their car when there's that large of hail happening, even though they're in their car having hail hit their windshield. It's not safe to go outside in that sort of thing. That velocity is insane. I would call it maximum velocity that's coming out of those hailstones. Please get the drums out. There's a update to this warning, by the way, for those near the Hermley area of Texas, just southeast of Snyder. This warning has been downgraded to quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and this will be moving towards the Rotan area and Hamlin over the next several minutes. So once again, if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows. The storm itself has weakened a little bit over the last few minutes. I would still say the one that's back over here near Big Spring really has the best chance of producing something significant down the road. So far, the threat here has been upwards of baseball-sized hail at one point, and it'll be moving towards Lorain and Sweetwater and Roscoe in Colorado City over the next several minutes. Max velocity pun. We have lots of puns. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll be doing extensive severe weather coverage today/tonight and as well as tomorrow. We'll have at least one live stream, if not 2 tomorrow. And obviously today we'll be doing extensive severe weather coverage. We do again have a tornado watch that's in effect for southwest Oklahoma and much of north central Texas, and that will run all the way until 9 o'clock tonight, Central Time. Main concern will be damaging winds, large hail, and as well as a couple of tornadoes. We already have some storms that have fired up with lots of lightning, so we'll be watching those very closely. And we are still waiting to see if they do it. The Storm Prediction Center issues a tornado watch across Nebraska and northern Kansas here soon. They may or may not issue one, so we will have to wait and see. I'm guessing they will, but again, it was a 95% chance, so the assumption is that they will at some point. Also, we do have severe weather on the East Coast. We have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings out here, actually 9 now. Severe thunderstorm warnings along the East Coast of the United States. All of these right now are producing some severe weather with damaging winds and large hail being possible. Actually, we have 6. There are 2 elsewhere. Are those in Canada or something? Texas. Oh, no, never mind. We have a few over in Texas. Never mind. All right, so we only have 6 out here. And we also got 2 down in North Carolina. So we're actually back up to 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. With that said, a bunch of severe weather is happening in Virginia. Most of these storms are producing the main concern of some $1.25 to $1 sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We're not going to really watch these too closely. We'll see if anything develops out of them, but really no tornado risk here today. It's mostly just going to be damaging winds and large hail, and now we're up to 12 severe thunderstorm warnings, so that counter is going kind of crazy right now. But with that said, again, I'm not expecting a super significant severe weather threat here. Even though it's pretty numerous severe weather, it is not going to be really anything beyond like golf ball sized hail or anything beyond even 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be mostly a modest threat of severe weather across much of Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, and other surrounding areas like North Carolina. The new haircut is super cute. That's fantastic. Thank you. I've had so many compliments on my haircut over the last 4 days. I bet in 2 weeks somebody's gonna be like, nice haircut. And 2 weeks later, I bet it's gonna happen. Thank you, Waco, for the $5 super chat. Louisville, Texas. Louisville, Texas, the main concern is going to be gusty winds and small hail. I do think any storms that develop out here in West Texas are not going to make it into like the DFW area tonight. This is the timing on the latest HRRR model run. Still shows some significant hailstorms across Texas. Let's go to the 18Z. This is a better example of what we're talking about. But this is what we're looking at right around 6 o'clock. So we got some pretty significant supercells in central Texas. By 7 to 8, they move towards Wichita Falls and Vernon, which you'll see here in a second. 7, 8 o'clock. Again, pretty significant storms, but that cap is going to hold in North Texas. So that cap that's in place is going to hold. So any severe storms that make it past, like, I don't know, Graham, Texas, for example, which is like right here, they will not really survive very well. Maybe some isolated damaging winds or hail, but the threat is going to be very low if you're in or if you're anywhere really in North Texas. It's going to be a very low threat, and that includes the Louisville area. So I'm not really expecting anything significant there. Overnight tonight, there might be a couple of isolated showers, maybe an elevated storm, but severe weather is highly unlikely. Any flying trampolines? Today's flying trampoline risk is medium. It's not a really significant risk today. We do have a couple of small enhanced risks for damaging winds, but I don't think they're going to materialize to the point where we need to issue a high risk for flying trampolines. But there is a medium risk for flying trampolines, and it's only Monday. It's not even tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday yet, so we're a day early on the trampoline risk, but we're going to have another flying trampoline risk tomorrow, which will be probably medium. It might go to high, but we'll see. That'd be for tomorrow. Thank you, Ryan, for the $2 super chat. Aberdeen, South Dakota. We'll find where that is first. Guessing it's southern South Dakota. I would say anywhere in South Dakota, though, it's mainly a hail threat. Aberdeen's pretty far to the north. I don't even know if you're really going to see much. Here's the general outlook for today. You're not even in the risk. I'm not expecting really anything there. If you got anything, it would just be like some small hail or gusty winds. North Texas, again, cap is going to hold in North Texas. That includes DFW or any surrounding areas. So any severe weather would just be isolated damaging winds and hail. Yeah, check Twitter real quick. We do have another watch that was just issued. A new severe thunderstorm watch for Nebraska. So for the time being, the Storm Prediction Center is holding off on a tornado watch. They have decided to issue a new severe thunderstorm watch instead, which does include North Platte, Broken Bow, Stapleton, Valentine, Ainsworth, Gordon, and Chadron, Nebraska. I think that's how you pronounce it. Or they were already under it, but anywhere else in the surrounding area is included in a new severe thunderstorm watch that will go all the way until, I believe, midnight, 11 p.m. Mountain Time, 12 o'clock Central Time. The main concern will again be large to very large hail. There is going to be a chance for damaging winds, and there's also going to be a chance for even a couple of tornadoes. And a strong tornado cannot be ruled out up here, but it is still a relatively low risk overall if you're back up in Nebraska. So once again, that is a brand new severe thunderstorm watch in Nebraska. They did mention there might be a tornado watch here somewhat soon, but they have not issued one yet. They might wait on issuing that until an actual storm tries to develop, because so far we've yet to see a storm develop in here. This is the satellite imagery on Radar Omega, and again, it gives you a good idea right now that we have lots of, or at least a cumulus deck of clouds that is developed here near Kearney and Grand Island, and you can also see that on the live cam at the bottom right of your screen in Kearney, Nebraska. There is that little, cumulus deck that's developed, but it's not really materializing into anything yet. We have had a few storms trying to break the cap back up in northern Nebraska, but those so far have not really gotten past the cap. They are still relatively early stages right now of being severe. So we'll continue to watch that activity closely, but it has not really gotten to the point where it's significant yet. And then once again, we got plenty of severe weather right now back over east of Big Spring, Texas, near Westbrook and Colorado City and Hermleigh. This is all activity right now that is producing $half-dollar sized hail now and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. These storms have actually been weakening a little bit here recently, so we'll see if they continue in that trend or they try to re-intensify. They've actually been weakening a bit, so we'll see if that trend continues. Chadron? That's how you pronounce it? Chadron. Really? That's interesting. Thank you, Michael for the $4.99. How is Southern Kansas looking today? I think Southern Kansas is going to be a very hit or miss area today. I think you may or may not see storms. I think that goes for like anywhere though in the Great Plains today. Other than Texas, I think the chances of storms there are much higher at this point, because that's a bit more of a set in stone sort of threat that's happening. But I do think if you're in Kansas, you may or may not see storms, at least during the afternoon and evening tonight. You might see some storms overnight tonight that aren't severe. This is what we're looking at around like 12 to 1 o'clock tonight, so storms fire up back over in western and central Kansas with damaging winds and an isolated tornado risk existing. This is by 3 a.m., so storms trying to develop near Wichita and northern Oklahoma. But overall, the severe weather threat, I think, is going to struggle quite a bit to get going here. I don't think we're going to see anything too significant out of this storm development in southern Kansas, but if we do get anything that's premature, we might end up seeing some significant hail or damaging winds. I do think tomorrow's threat is more concerning, especially in Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois. And honestly, today's 10% hatched area, it's going to be a very sort of, again, conditional risk, right? This is your tornado risk for today. It's, again, a 10% hatched area that includes Nebraska and as well as Kansas. So many areas, again, included in this, but it's going to, again, be a very sort of hit or miss sort of tornado risk. We may or may not get strong tornadoes. It's kind of one of those days where we just don't know what's going to happen. At this point, it's just a very highly uncertain sort of thing. So we'll see if storms develop, but again, they may or may not develop. It's going to kind of be one of those days where it's going to probably come down to the last hour or two before we actually know storms develop. Because so far, I think this area, again, we haven't really had any development yet, and we probably will not see any development here for a little while. So we'll see if storms develop there or not. Time being, storms have not developed there. They should hold off anyways till like this evening anyway. Thank you, Glitter, for the $2 super chat. Salina, Kansas. The main concern there is going to be isolated gusty winds and small hail. Not expecting much more beyond that, but if you do get a severe storm, large hail and damaging winds would still be the main concerns. But it's a low chance of severe weather. If you get any severe weather, it will probably be after midnight, just for the record. There's no tornado watch in Nebraska. Nope, not yet. They issued a severe thunderstorm watch, at least for the time being, in central and northern Nebraska. So that, for the time being, is going to essentially kind of replace some sort of tornado watch that was going to be issued. I think they'll probably hold off on a tornado watch until we actually have some sort of development or some sort of evidence that there's going to be development here soon, because we've yet to have really any of that so far. About Thursday? Let's get by today first. Let's get by today and tomorrow. Thursday doesn't look significant other than hail and wind, and then Wednesday also looks to be a dumbed down version of what will happen tomorrow. Tornado watches can always end early. Yeah, that happens quite often. Do have a new special weather statement just northwest of Abilene, and that's going to include areas near Rotan, north of Sweetwater. So no longer going to continue a severe thunderstorm warning there. And the storm that's here near Colorado City that had a huge start with up to baseball-sized hail has quickly weakened here near Colorado City. So it's a weakening storm right now near Colorado City, Texas. We are back down to 7 severe thunderstorm warnings across the country. Yeah, tomorrow I think is going to be a bigger day of severe weather comparatively to today. I don't think today is going to be that significant compared to tomorrow. I think tomorrow will actually be worse. And the reason why is because we're going to have a much more organized severe weather setup. So with that being said, I do think that, again, we're going to have probably at least 1 round of storms, if not 2. Tomorrow's risk is pretty much the same as today. It's just further out to the east, basically. And it's going to be more organized with that hatched tornado risk existing across the enhanced risk in Iowa, western Illinois, and northeast Missouri. But I do think overall we're definitely going to have a higher risk for tornadoes tomorrow. As long as the cap stays in place and that trough doesn't speed up magically here on the western tier of the country, I do think this will definitely be a more significant tornado day. Again, unless we get something going here relatively, like within the next 3 or 4 hours. Back over, though, in the Midwest, I think we're going to have all modes of severe weather, like damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. And again, 2 rounds of storms, all of which are going to be during the daylight hours, and that'll kind of enhance that threat of severe weather just a little bit. I've had a couple people wondering, could this go moderate? Obviously, it could easily go that direction if things change a little bit, but I do think the enhanced risk will probably be fine for this event. If there was a moderate risk, it would probably be for tornadoes, and that would probably be in here somewhere, so southeast parts of Iowa and northeast Missouri. And NATOcast actually did post recently their latest outlook, which again, it's just a machine learning post-processing severe weather outlook that again just kind of it's just kind of like the Storm Prediction Center, but it's more computer generated and not a human forecast. And this, honestly, it can be very accurate sometimes. It also can be very inaccurate. They did put a 15% tornado risk for Iowa and Missouri, but once again, it's not an official forecast. It just gives you the idea that at least the computer models here are showing that there might be a greater threat there for a tornado risk, and that would again be for those in eastern Iowa or northeast Missouri. They also had recently, for today, they also put this out, which I think is interesting. The NATOcast also put the tornado values for Texas and Nebraska and Kansas. They actually put this area right here in central Kansas and southwest Kansas. They do have a small hatched area in that little 15% area, which is interesting. And this is the area that's a little bit more conditional, and it will probably happen after sunset, but that'll be interesting. And then also back up in Nebraska, another small 10% there, and then a small 5% down to the south. Obviously, again, not an official forecast, but it is interesting how they are portraying today's tornado risk, because this is the official forecast. And again, notice that hatched area for tornadoes does exist in Nebraska and much of Kansas. So we'll probably at least get at least maybe 1 or 2 tornadoes in that area, maybe even a strong tornado. That's why there's a hatched area, is because that would represent the potential for a strong tornado, which would be like an EF2 plus tornado. That is a possibility today in areas like central Kansas and even up into central Nebraska. So it should be a pretty active evening at the bare minimum, but I do think a lot of the storm activity that we're going to end up seeing up that direction may hold off until sometime after sunset. But the storm development that's happening in Texas in this tornado watch is really supposed to happen between now and like 8 o'clock. So the storm rounds that we have today are very split apart from each other. Like, we're going to have some storms that are going to be happening here like now, and then we'll probably have a break at some point between like 7 and 9 is my guess. And then we'll probably have more storms develop after that become severe. So there's a pretty solid chance that between 7 and 9 there might not be anything happening. There's also a chance that we have multiple, severe storms that are back up in Kansas and Nebraska. So we'll just have to kind of wait and see. It's definitely going to be an interesting day overall, though, for sure. See how things evolve. And no new mesoscale discussion within the last couple of minutes, just an FYI. Thank you, Mr. Civ, for the generous $10 super chat. But I had to sleep and wake up at 12 and start the journey to Quincy, Illinois. Where do you recommend we should position? If you're storm chasing, I mean, and if I were a storm chaser for tomorrow, which I've never storm chased in my life, so don't quote me on my accuracy here. But if I were to forecast where you should storm chase, this is the HRRR will jump to like 2 o'clock tomorrow. Honestly, where I would position myself would probably be here in Southeast Iowa or Northeast Missouri. I do think there's a better shot that we get a discrete supercell here in this area between like 3 and 5. But there's also a better shot that you'll get a couple of rounds of storms back up in Iowa, which those might be more damaging wind producers instead of like a tornado producer. But somewhere between Iowa City and like this little spot here in northern Missouri would be probably where I'd be. I would probably, though, lean towards like Iowa City. That way you can drive further to the east much easier and position yourself for severe weather that's down the road as well. So if I were storm chasing, it would be Iowa City. But northern Missouri is not a bad pick either if you want to get like one of those discrete cells later tomorrow. Yeah, like this right here. This would be pretty interesting. Might not even be a bad idea to kind of go in between like Ottawa, I think that's how you pronounce it. Going towards Burlington, that's not a bad idea either. When's the SPC Day 2 Outlook and update? That will not be until tomorrow at like 2 a.m. So that's not updating anytime soon. That's 2 a.m. Eastern or 1 a.m. Central. Ottumwa, thank you. That's close. Bree Timmer isn't on this one. So I think Bree Timmer is on this one. I think he is live. I think he is storm chasing today. Now, with that said, I don't know if we're really going to get a whole lot of activity. It might not be until, like, again, late tonight. We'll have to see what happens. Again, it could get interesting. It might not. We'll just have to wait and see. Once again, it might be a big day. It might not be. It's kind of one of those days where it's very conditional, and it's a very 50-50 sort of chance today. I'm not super confident that we're going to get a whole lot today. Again, we'll probably at least get some sort of activity, but, like, again, I don't really know, to be honest with you, what we're actually going to see. I am leaning towards this being a lesser severe weather day, but I also don't want to say that and then it be a big severe weather day, if you know what I mean. Like, it could go big. You never know. It's always possible that we could get a couple of strong tornadoes in this type of environment. I would say, though, if this, again, this particular trough arrived like 6 hours earlier today, we would be talking about a full-blown tornado outbreak. It's just, it would be what would be happening today. We'd be talking about a tornado outbreak probably. But luckily the trough is arriving late tonight, so it's kind of delaying a lot of the severe weather, which should allow for a lot of the severe weather to hopefully not be super significant. But again, we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully it's not a big day, but this kind of environment does scare me a little bit because we do have some very high tornado parameter values, and if things line up correctly, definitely could be significant. Oh, Reed's not live yet? Thought he was already live. There hasn't been really any development up there yet, though, so it makes sense. This is the satellite imagery. And once again, we are not seeing really any development right now in Kansas or southern Nebraska. We do have some streaming cumulus clouds here, but that's not really developing into much yet. A much better area of cumulus development has happened now across northern Nebraska and southwest South Dakota, with plenty of cumulonimbus clouds towering across those areas. between Broken Bow and Rapid City. But overall, that is not, none of these storms have become severe yet. But again, you can see the lightning detection on Radar Omega. We've got plenty of lightning strikes that are firing with these storms. So they are definitely storms. The ones over here in central Nebraska have been kind of hit or miss so far. But the ones that are back closer to Rapid City, a bit more organized right now. So a little bit more lightning up that direction. Again, you can view this on the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. All right, let's go back to live radar in Texas. And once again, I'm not really seeing any rotation right now in these storms, but we are definitely still looking at least some marginal threat of large hail and damaging winds near Westbrook, Lorain, going towards Sweetwater. These storms right now are on track to miss Abilene, but I would definitely still stay weather aware if you're in Abilene in case a storm forms further south or this one tries to take a little right-hand turn. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. But again, that's west of Abilene right now with a couple of different storms that are trying to intensify. They've been on a bit of a weakening trend here recently, but they might start to intensify here soon, so we'll keep a close eye on that activity. We are currently sitting at 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. We initially had, at one point, we were up to 12, but many of them have now expired in Virginia. And we also have one near Colorado City, Texas. The tornado threat tomorrow in St. Louis is relatively low. I think the main concern there will be damaging winds and hail. And once again, we do not have a tornado watch for Kansas or southern Nebraska yet. But we will continue to keep a close eye on that activity. If it ends up trying to develop, so far, it again has struggled to develop there, but that was kind of expected. You might wait a little bit if you're in Nebraska and Kansas to really get going. Welcome back, Matthew. Stillwater is doing all right. Yeah, again, we don't really have any severe weather right now other than this storm in the Great Plains. It is quite quiet right now across most of Oklahoma and Kansas. This is a live cyclone port on Radar Omega in Norman, Oklahoma. Once again, a lot of cloud cover, especially in Oklahoma and Texas. We got plenty of clouds. We also got plenty of clouds in German, Texas. Don't really see any sunshine at all. We don't even have any breaks of the clouds at all. It's very cloudy there, just south of Wichita Falls. And then back over near Emporia in Kansas, we have a much thinner area of low-level clouds. And then we also, in the upper levels, we have a much thicker area of high clouds. Which doesn't really mean a whole lot here. It just means that the instability is going to be struggling a little bit more. If we go to the satellite imagery, once again, you'll see much more cloud cover in southeast Kansas. We fully cleared out right now in central Kansas. So plenty of instability. Really what we need here in Kansas is an initiator. And what that means is that we need a dry line, a cold front, something that's going to initiate supercells. And once that happens, we'll get supercells. But we don't have that yet here in Kansas. And that cap also has to be overcome. So that's two things that need to happen. We need an initiator and that. And then back up in Nebraska right now. Once again, we do have lots of thunderstorm development, but none of it yet severe. Got plenty of strong storms, lots of lightning as well. Back up near Rapid City, South Dakota. But again, nothing significant yet. But we'll continue to keep a close eye on this activity if anything does go severe. And this is the satellite in Texas, by the way. So this is giving you an idea of these storms that have really rapidly blown up. This right here will be your supercell. Got a strong southwesterly flow in the upper levels. That's going to lead to those clouds stretching further to the north and east over time. But that's where those supercells are right now. Or at least that one supercell is. We got a little bit of overshooting cloud tops there on that storm, which would represent its intensity and how tall the storm is. But the storm has actually been weakening, so it's been on a weakening trend for a little while now. I don't know if they're going to issue a new warning on that one. We'll have to wait and see. But the storm up near Rotan and Roby, Texas has also been on a weakening trend, mainly just some small hail and gusty winds. Tornado sirens might be going off because of a severe thunderstorm warning. Many cities have them go off for simply severe thunderstorm warnings and not tornado warnings. So just keep that in mind. It's windy in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Yeah, it's pretty windy today. It's pretty windy. Let's go to the METAR data. Here's the wind speed. These aren't wind gusts. These are just simply wind speeds. And yeah, they're upwards of 25 to 35 miles per hour in Oklahoma right now. So it is definitely pretty windy. I know we had a couple of fires yesterday, and I think northwest Oklahoma. It's dry and windy, and it is still very windy today. It's not dry. It's actually pretty humid today. And back in Kansas, it is very windy. It's 30 to 40 mile per hour winds right now across most of Kansas. So it's definitely windy in Kansas, that's for sure. And the live cyclone port on Radar Omega is also showing some of that wind. Not nearly as windy in southeast Kansas, but you got the tree swing, you got the camera swing. It is definitely a little bit windy here in Burlington, Kansas. Yeah, all these numbers on your screen are giving you the idea of what the wind speed is right now. Let me go back and take this off. And we'll go back to the storm. I think Connor Croft will be live with us, storm chasing with us here relatively soon. I think he's going to be going live at 6. He's been pushing back the time a little bit. Yeah, so he'll be live in probably about half an hour or so. So we'll have him with us on our live stream here relatively soon, storm chasing with us for, once again, severe weather coverage. SPL, I have zero clue. I've done APA, I think, before, but like it's not something I know off the top of my head. By the way, if you guys have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. Once again, we'll be answering questions as we do have a bit of a lull in the severe weather. Be continuing to keep you posted with the latest as severe weather does try to develop here across much of the United States. And we do have live cams out of Kearney, Nebraska, and Quanah, Texas on the right side of your screen. And eventually, Connor Croft will be with us on our right side of the screen as well. Can I turn up my volume? My volume's already pretty high, so it might be on your end. This is already like the highest it can get. If I go any higher, it might break the sound barrier. Already pretty loud. Unless it's an issue for everybody, but I'm pretty sure it might just be an issue on your end. I don't think Oklahoma City will be under the gun for tornadoes tonight. I honestly think if we do get any tornadoes, there's a couple of areas that I'll be watching. One of which would be down in here, out of the storms that are currently ongoing in Texas. And the other area would be back up in here in Kansas. So there's a couple of areas that I'd be watching for a tornado risk. Other than that, I don't think we're really going to get a whole lot of tornado action. Maybe an isolated tornado outside of this area. But I think it's going to be very isolated anywhere else. Like anywhere else, it's going to be a very isolated tornado risk. The main concern will be those two spots. Thank you, Hayden, for the $2 super chat. Best guess of ETA for Wichita Falls. It's anytime between about 6 and 9 o'clock in Wichita Falls. That's Texas, by the way, not another state. Thank you, Brady Jones, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. I do appreciate that. And welcome to the Velocities. Thank you for your support. Appreciate that. And welcome back, or welcome to the Velocities. Also, thank you, Brady, for gifting 1 member to the channel. If you got the membership, make sure to thank Brady. Appreciate that. Thank you. But again, today has a high ceiling. It also has a very low floor. I think we'll probably know by like, again, we'll probably be live at least until 8 or 9 o'clock. If not later, we'll see how things go. If there's not really a whole lot by 9, I think that the main severe weather event might just be overnight, and I don't think it's going to be super duper significant. So we'll have to wait and see what happens over the next couple of hours. We already have some storm initiation here in Texas. This will go through about 8 or 9 o'clock in this tornado watch that we have, which goes until 9. And then we'll also have to watch for some storm development here. And if we get an initiator, we're definitely going to see some significant severe weather with tornadoes possible in Kansas. But it still remains a big question mark whether that happens or not. It may or may not happen. I have a lot more confidence about tomorrow's severe weather threat in comparison to today. I think today is a very big ceiling and a very low floor. Tomorrow is, I think, going to happen no matter what, where we are going to see damaging winds, large to very large hail, and as well as a few tornadoes. I think today we either see like we see nothing, like no tornadoes, or we see like multiple. It's going to be a very big hit or miss. We'll have to see what happens, but so far, nothing too significant yet. But obviously, the most significant severe weather is still yet to come if we do get any. We do have some storms, though, that are now initiating in northern Nebraska. This is all recent activity. Let's take this off. We do have some storms now initiating in Nebraska, and these are all across areas in northern Nebraska. None of them rotating yet. None of them really supercells because they all are all new storms that have developed. But if we do get anything severe out of these here soon, large hail definitely going to be the main concern. A tornado risk could come out of this, but it's going to probably be at least 20 or 30 minutes from now, since these are all brand new storms that are developing in central and northern Nebraska. Thank you, Cinnamon, for the $5 super chat. Anything going on in southeast Wyoming? Southeast Wyoming does have a storm, or I know northeast does. Southeast has a storm near Torrington, but it is not severe. If you get anything, my main concern there would be some isolated large hail or damaging winds. I think overall the threat is going to be relatively low here, though, in Wyoming today. I think really the greatest concern will just be to your east. Also have some other storms now ongoing near Hill City and just south of Rapid City. That is moving northwest right now, going towards Custer and Hill City in western South Dakota. So we got a couple storms up here as well. Thank you, Sandy, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you for your generosity. Do appreciate it. Also, thank you, Bridget, for becoming a minimum Velocity member. I do appreciate that, and welcome to the Velocities. Kansas right now is not looking at anything as of at this current time. There's nothing happening. Again, we are still watching to see if any storms do develop and initiate. Main area that we are really going to be watching for in the next few hours will be here. So we'll be watching to see if any storms do initiate. If any do initiate in the next couple of hours, a strong tornado risk is definitely in play. But if none initiate, it's going to be a struggle bus. Oh, I think tonight. We'll see if anything initiates. Now, again, storms are not really expected to initiate here, probably at least for another 2 to 3 hours. But it's still possible. We have one initiate early, and if one does initiate early, that will definitely be a bit worrisome. But if none develop until like 9, 10 o'clock tonight, I think the threat of severe weather will probably be a bit on the lower side of things. With a strong tornado still being possible, but just be a lower threat overall. Oh, look at this. This is Austin Evans in Virginia. This is in Montpelier, Virginia, with a leading edge of the downdraft and hail core as a severe warm storm passed over Montpelier, Virginia, moments ago. Got some small hail and very high winds and very, very, very low visibility. I didn't have desktop audio on, but that at least gives you an idea that the storms even in Virginia are definitely pretty intense right now. And here's a better shot of the hail. It's all small, little pea-sized hail, looks like for the most part falling. Oh, man. Has this window open? I would have never done that. Hail going right into his car. That is exciting. Good times. That is, again, Virginia. Wow. All right. Thank you, Scott, for the $5 super chat. How's DFW's odds over the next couple of days? I don't think we're going to see really anything in DFW other than just ordinary showers, and that's really about it. Maybe an isolated storm. I don't think we're going to get really much there. I think the better shot would be going into Thursday. I think there's a better chance for severe weather then. But the main concern then would just be isolated damaging winds and isolated large hail. By the way, the severe thunderstorm warning near Colorado City probably going to be let to expire. The storms are struggling right now in Texas to really maintain themselves. This environment, again, is heavily capped off. So definitely a struggle thus far with these storms. We'll see if they get going. I think they will get going a bit better here in about 30 to 45 minutes. I don't think this activity is done completely. I do think we'll definitely get a chance for a storm or two further up to the north for sure. Maybe near Vernon or Wichita Falls, with some storm development here relatively soon. that storm development is definitely struggling right now. There is a significant tornado risk on Tuesday, but there's not one for Wednesday, and I do not anticipate a significant tornado risk on Wednesday. I think Wednesday's severe weather risk will be a dumbed down version of what we're seeing tomorrow, with some isolated to widely scattered damaging winds, a little bit of large hail, and maybe a brief tornado or two. Here's a live cam on Virtual Railfan out of Kearney, Nebraska. Again, notice the low-level clouds that we have right now. These are all trying to get above the cap, but right now there's a temperature inversion preventing these clouds from developing any higher. So that's preventing storm development right now. But once that cap is overcome, we'll probably get some storm activity, maybe even in the Kearney area of Nebraska. Okay. Yeah, the sun plays a big factor in instability. That's the main thing. So instability is a big key factor in severe weather. Not all the time do we need instability, but instability definitely helps with severe weather. And so the sun, the more sun we have, basically, the more instability there will be. And the instability in Kansas, by the way, is off the charts. We have 3,000 to 4,000 joules per kilogram of instability today, which is a very high number. So there's plenty of instability, but the problem, again, is going to be whether we actually get storms or not to develop. Because we need an initiator, and that's a cold front, a dry line, or something along those lines. And right now in Kansas, we just don't have that. But once there is something like that, we'll have a much better environment. Here's some sounding data out of southwest Kansas. This is as of, I believe, 3 p.m. I think. Yeah, this is as of 3 p.m. So this is 3 p.m. 20 Zulu, so... or 3 p.m. This is your temperature. So again, 82 degrees at the surface. We do have some instability. It's not significant in this part of Kansas. The problem actually right now is that we have like no moisture at all. Look at this big disparity of moisture that we have. This is a substantial. So this is not a great environment here in Kansas right now, in western Kansas. Even in Nebraska, this was as of 3 p.m. as well. This is in southwestern Nebraska. Huge disparity of moisture. And we need this green line to be way closer to the temperature. Like the green line has to at least be within like a reason. Like maybe like this. This would be enough for there to be a thunderstorm or something like that. This green line is way over here, which again, this is the dew point as we go up into the atmosphere. And it is just so far off from the temperature. It's not favorable. But again, this was as of 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, so definitely possibly some changes. And this is in South Dakota, where we do actually, South Dakota, where we actually have some storms right now. This was at 2 p.m., so there is still a pretty large disparity, but not nearly as bad in South Dakota. Once that moisture surges a bit more, that environment might become a bit more favorable. But those are the latest soundings for today. We'll have some more sounding data here relatively soon. So more updated data will be in here pretty soon. The severe thunderstorm warning is about to expire, so we're gonna be down to 4 warnings, and all of those will be in Virginia and North Carolina. So the warnings here the warning here in Texas is about to end. And we have no warnings in Nebraska or South Dakota right now. Thank you, Jason, for the generous $10 super chat. Think anything about Virginia Beach? I do think Virginia Beach will probably at least get some storm activity. Let's check it out real quick. So you got some storms up to your north and west. They're moving southeast pretty quickly. I think the main concern, if you get anything, will be damaging winds. We've had lots of trees down and power lines down across this area, but the main concern will just be damaging winds and isolated large hail for anywhere in the Virginia Beach suburbs, or even in Virginia Beach in particular. I'm not expecting much more beyond that. So that would be the main concern. Thank you again for your generous $10 super chat. And that activity will probably be there within the next hour and a half or so, maybe 2 hours. So hour and a half, 2 hours from now, that's when you can expect some storms there. We did have a report as of 4:40, so about an hour ago, but this just literally came in. Near Garden City, Texas, there was some ping pong ball-sized hail confirmed or reported. Time was estimated and location by radar. But as of right now, these storms have really quickly weakened now in Texas, but they might try to redevelop. I would expect that these storms here will try to redevelop as they move closer to Seymour and eventually going towards Wichita Falls. Thank you, Maxwell, for the $10 super chat. What are your thoughts on southern Wisconsin tomorrow? I noticed the slight risk is moving further south. If you get any severe weather, the main concern would be isolated large hail and isolated damaging winds in southern Wisconsin. I do think the greatest threat will be in eastern Iowa, really far western Illinois, like near Davenport in the Quad Cities area, and then perhaps maybe an isolated tornado or two in those areas. But in Wisconsin in particular, I don't think you're going to see anything too crazy. I don't think this is going to be as crazy as what you saw in February, for example, because February was an interesting month where we had a couple of days there of severe weather. But I don't think it's going to be super significant there for Wisconsin. Yeah, Wichita Falls definitely could get some storms tonight, but it's not a guarantee. It'll depend on how this activity of storms does evolve, because as of right now, it has not really evolved into anything. Initially, we had a storm that was back down near Midland that was producing some baseball-sized hail, but that kind of weakened pretty quickly. You have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Cherry, Nebraska. It's a new storm that is now moving north-northwest. And this is producing the threat of some half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This will be moving through Mullen right now, but it'll be eventually moving into very rural areas northwest of the Thedford area. We got multiple storms now firing up in Nebraska, so it's definitely increasing in activity right now in this area. It's like our Quanah, Texas live cam has just gone out. See if I can fix that real quick. Might have to find another place. Do it, Oklahoma City. Yeah, this is a severe thunderstorm warning once again in Nebraska. We also have a few in Virginia and as well as back over in North Carolina. All right, we have Oklahoma City up on here now. So Oklahoma City will be on the right side of your screen until we have Connor Croft, which will be here pretty soon. Oh, Oklahoma City right there. It's actually a pretty good view there of Oklahoma City. Another low deck of clouds there on the right side of your screen. Nice haircut, thank you. You see Wednesday uptrending. I wouldn't rule out a small enhanced risk for damaging winds, but I think that'd be about it. I don't think we're going to see any big upgrade there for Wednesday. Have I ever been in a tornado? No. Hopefully I'm never in a tornado, but unless I'm storm chasing, that might be a bit different. But no, I've never been in a tornado before. And hopefully that never happens. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. And once again, if you need a weather app for today that can keep you ahead of the storms, like a radar, you can download Radar Omega on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below. It gives you tons of features like the live radar feed. You can check out the velocities. You can even track out storms with this handy dandy tracking tool that will, if you just put in a speed of the storm, which most of these warnings give you the speed of the storm, you can go ahead and put that in and it'll give you some timing for wherever your location might be. So you can track out storms that will be arriving to you soon. You also get other features with subscriptions like computer model data, satellite imagery, tons of customization, by the way, and a lot more. They even have power outage data. They have live cameras in the app that you can access, and as well as live storm chasers that you can also watch in the app. There are a few storm chasers down here in Kansas right now. We have one near Dodge City. But again, you can check this out with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And I do appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. And again, I cannot recommend the app enough. Even if I was not sponsored, I would definitely recommend this app. It is a fantastic weather app. Has lots of great features. Oklahoma City, I don't know if we're really going to get much in Oklahoma City until like overnight tonight. I think the main concern for Oklahoma City will just be isolated damaging winds, maybe an isolated tornado. Tucker, go. Are you like behind on the stream? You posted a warning from 1 hour ago. I don't know if you're behind on the stream. A few small blobs in central east Kansas. Let's go back to the satellite here. Oh, we actually got a storm firing up now north Kansas. Yeah, it might get pretty ugly pretty quickly if we got storms already firing up over here. Got a couple of small little showers developing here. Got a small thunderstorm down near Cottage Hill. Again, this could be a significant severe weather day if we get storms going here in the next hour or two. It also could be very minimal if we get nothing going in the next hour or two in Kansas. I know somebody was mentioning in chat that somebody on Twitter was saying that things need to change fast between now and the next hour. Or it's going to be big trouble or something like that. Again, it's one of those situations right now where it's going to heavily depend on really what happens in the next couple of hours. There's not really any new information that we have other than that if storms develop in the next couple of hours, either over here, and really get going, there's going to be most likely a more significant severe weather threat in Kansas, and that could lead to a few strong tornadoes or something along those lines. But it's going to depend a lot on storm initiation. We have a lot of moisture right now in the environment across Kansas, but the dry line's not really set up yet. If we get some sort of initiator, like a cold front, a dry line, an outflow boundary, it definitely could get pretty significant pretty quickly. But right at this exact time, we don't have any of that in Kansas. We have some storm initiation in Nebraska, but this is mostly warm frontal boundary stuff. Radar Omega is on Apple. That would be iOS devices. You just have to click the iOS link in the description. Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot of thoughts on that tweet because, I mean, again, from what I'm seeing right now with various data, there's nothing that I think has changed on the severe weather outlook as of now. I think it's still relatively the same. It's, again, if we see storms develop in the next couple of hours, things could get pretty bad pretty quickly. If storms wait until like 10 o'clock tonight, I think the threat of severe weather does stay a bit lower. Still with the threat of a couple of tornadoes, but I think a lot more of that severe weather after 10 would be just damaging winds. It's going to depend heavily on what evolves here over the next couple of hours. See if something, big happens, but as of right now, again, we're still relatively early into this particular severe weather event. So we'll see if anything develops. Again, it's still a lot of time between now and then. Tuning in from Australia. Wow, that's far away. Kentucky's not really in the threat of severe weather till Wednesday. What qualifies a storm to get a severe thunderstorm warning? You need at least quarter-sized hail, so that's 1-inch diameter or greater, or 60, or technically I think it's 58-mile-per-hour winds or greater. So you need one of these two thresholds or both, greater than or equal to, which all severe thunderstorm warnings usually say 60 miles per hour or greater, but those are the two thresholds that you need for severe storms, which as of right now, the storm that's west of Haskell, Texas, it is attempting to develop and organize. So kind of an early storm here, but that one will be interesting to watch as it moves towards areas in like Seymour and Vernon and near Wichita Falls down the road. I think that storm will be pretty interesting. Let's see how these storms try to develop here over the next little while. Got some damage in Montpelier, Virginia. This is some straight line wind damage from Austin Evans on Twitter. Got a large tree down in the area. And again, we had some pretty strong downburst winds in this area. Trees falling down is going to be a very common thing, especially in areas like Virginia, where trees are likely to just fall down from high winds of any kind. That's probably in the ballpark of 60 to 65 mile per hour winds is my guess there in Virginia. Thank you, Jackster, for the 199. What about St. Louis tonight and tomorrow? There's a very conditional threat of storms tonight. I don't know if really anything got going here. We haven't seen any warnings. There's been a couple of storms south of St. Louis. If any of these storms get going, isolated large hail and damaging winds is possible. Tomorrow, it's going to be a little bit more of a numerous severe weather threat where there will be a better shot there for some isolated to widely scattered damaging winds and large hail back down near St. Louis. And again, once again, we do have some storms firing up in Nebraska right now. None of these are really too intense, but we do have multiple severe storms that have been firing up in here recently. No tornado warnings or anything like that quite yet. We do have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, though. So storms are definitely beginning to ramp up here across parts of Nebraska, as well as back through areas like Texas, like Central Texas and West Texas. Connor Croft will be with us in a few minutes. Again, he'll be storm chasing, and we'll pull him up here in a few minutes once he goes live. And then when he goes live, I'll take a quick 60-second break. That'll probably be in about 5 minutes or so. I think Chicago will probably stay in the 2% tornado risk. The suburbs might stay in the 5%. I don't think there'll be a 10% tornado risk in the Chicago area. Yeah, so far the severe weather has not been too crazy. Obviously, the main concern was really tonight. We had that significant hailstorm back down to the southwest, though, of Abilene, which was the main reason why I went live. But I do think we're going to get more storm activity here in the next hour or two. We do have a couple of storms firing up now. Back up in northeast Kansas. So those have begun to fire up. We got plenty of storms in northern Nebraska. But I do think we'll have to watch any storm development in Kansas closely. So far, the little storm that tried developing near Cottage Hill did kind of struggle. It's not really coming alive. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for those in Guthrie near Aspermont, Texas. This is for $half sized hail and 60 mile per hour damaging winds. So once again, brand new severe thunderstorm warning in West Texas. This is for those in Guthrie near Aspermont. That's for $half sized hail and 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Order dinner. I literally had dinner before I went live, so we're good. We're good for at least about 6 or 7 hours, I would say. I kind of doubt Rockford would get upgraded, but can't rule it out. Maybe close by a 10% tornado risk gets added. Thank you, Dape, for the $4.99. How does it look for Gotham City? I'm guessing you're talking about Texas. I think that's where that is. I've mentioned it before in my past. Is that Texas? I don't know where Gotham City is. Just let me know in the chat. Thank you for your $4.99. Are we joking? Oh, that's Batman? Oh, man. We just got trolled. I was about to say, I thought Gotham City did exist here in Texas, but I guess not. All right, well, that's good times. Good times. Well, yes, I fell for it. Hey, you never know. Some people are serious. My moderator literally deleted the message. I'm like, why? Why did they delete it? Good times. Oh man, thank you, Michael, for the $5 super chat. How will Bowling Green, Kentucky be tomorrow? Kentucky is not going to see really anything tomorrow. Maybe isolated damaging winds. Wednesday's a better chance, though, for damaging winds, large hail, and an isolated tornado. There's probably a Gotham City somewhere in the United States. I don't know where, but probably one somewhere. I can't believe I fell for that. I literally looked it up on here. I'm like, I don't see Gotham City anywhere. it pops up with Gotham City Diner, Comics and Coffee. It does pop up with a couple places. For the record, it does exist somewhere. Once again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, again, north of Aspermont, Texas. This is going towards Guthrie. The hail core has actually grown a little bit in the latest couple of scans, so this is an intensifying storm right now. Not ruling out an isolated tornado risk as this develops. We'll have to watch that storm closely. We are up to 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, only 2 of which are in the Great Plains. We got a bunch of warnings on the East Coast, which we'll keep a close eye on, but most of it is just isolated severe weather right now. We'll have to watch the storm, I think, pretty closely, though, here in Texas. Storms in DFW? I don't think we're going to get much in DFW. I think if we get anything, it would just be gusty winds and small hail. The cap should hold strong there in the DFW Metroplex. Yeah, this storm here in Aspermont, Texas is blowing up pretty quickly. I'm retweeting a photo on our Twitter page of that storm. If you want to check it out, it is at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. All right, I believe Connor is now live. We are going, I think, to him real quick so I can take a quick bathroom break. Maybe not. He's just... Never mind. We'll wait on him. He hasn't really chased... He hasn't started chasing yet. Here's the latest scan, and we are starting to get a scatter spike here near Jayton, Texas. So scatter spike is developing. That indicates that we have some significant hail in progress now near Route 83 or Highway 83 approaching Guthrie, Texas. So definitely a significant hailstorm developing here in Texas. Correlation coefficient also picking up on hail. So definitely an intensifying supercell right now, and this is definitely producing some pretty significant hail. Upwards of $half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds will be possible. Again, this is moving north-northeast. Or kind of more north, actually. It's moving kind of north-northeast. Vernon, Wichita Falls, and Quanah should all be on alert for the storm down the road. Thank you, Alaska, for the $4.99. Appreciate that. And also thank you, Jackster, for the $1.99. Enhanced risk might grow. I don't know where it'd really grow to, but it might grow a little bit south and east in the next outlook. The cap is still very strong in North Texas, but elsewhere it's still relatively strong in Kansas as well. We don't really have a whole lot of moisture in Kansas yet, like at least out in the area where storms would initiate, so still definitely a cap in place for sure. Wow, look at this. It's on Radar Omega Cyclone Port in Mount Shasta, California. Lentier clouds develop. This is a pretty rare phenomenon. It's pretty impressive. It's over in California, but Lentier clouds are really rare. It's with Radar Omega Cyclone Port, which again, if you want to watch those Cyclone Ports in the app, they are live cameras. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. That's pretty impressive. Don't see those very often. As of right now, we are at 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is one of the 7 that we have ongoing. This is up to golf ball sized hail now, so this is an intensifying storm, a considerable threat here if you are currently located in north central Texas. This will be moving towards Paducah and Crowell with the potential for some golf ball sized hail. In addition to that, there is still a threat here of some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Once again, this is moving north-northeast right now. So definitely make sure if you're in this warning, that yellow polygon, that you're staying inside, away from windows. Lightning's intensifying, but again, you can see that scatter spike. It's growing. We might be up to baseball-sized hail in this storm. This is a very much intensifying supercell right now, heading towards Highway 82. We're probably going to get an upgrade on this warning here in a minute. That storm is beginning to intensify a lot. That's a huge scatter spike that's developed here, which would indicate that the hail core is also growing in size. And again, that is right now moving north-northeast, with some significant hail right now with this particular storm. This is definitely an intensifying storm. New radar scan should be in a couple minutes. I'm going to quickly take a bathroom break. Connor Croft's live, but he's not chasing anything, so I'll just stay on this screen. I'll be back in about 60 seconds. Stay tuned, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. All right, as I was talking about before, again, we do have a significant hailstorm in progress here in Texas near Guthrie. And once again, we are seeing a scatter spike on reflectivity, which would indicate a significant hailstorm right now is developing near Guthrie. This warning might get upgraded. We'll see. It's at golf ball sized hail right now. It is definitely possible that this gets upgraded to hail as large as baseballs. So this warning could get upgraded at any time. A increasing hail threat, though, on this particular supercell right now, moving north-northeast towards Paducah and Crowell over the next several minutes. I'm going to Gotham City. Yes, definitely. I will check the St. Louis storm in a minute. Wow. Yeah, this hail core is growing. Trust me when I say that. This storm is growing in size. This is a significant hail core that is in progress. We got a very large scatter spike with a lot of white right there on the reflectivity, and that is indicating some high DBZ values, which would be indicating some significant hail that's falling with this storm right now. And we're talking at least golf ball sized hail, but I am not ruling out some baseball sized hail in this storm right now. Again, this is going to be approaching Guthrie, Texas. Very impressive hail core developing on this. This is definitely an intensifying supercell. Yeah, 3.5 inch on radar. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's at least baseball sized hail right now. This is an intensifying storm without a doubt. How's it going, Exploration? Welcome back. All right, let me quickly check on St. Louis. We'll check a couple of different areas. This is our main storm in Texas right now. St. Louis was a conditional threat of storms, and not really seeing much here. They're pretty much just ordinary springtime thunderstorms here in the St. Louis area. Not super concerned about that. We do have another warning that was issued near Valentine, Nebraska for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. These storms are also beginning to intensify across Nebraska. None of these really look like tornado producers at this point, but at the bare minimum, some large hail damaging winds is possible. We do have one storm near Route 2 or Highway 2 that is trying to develop as well. That might become tornadic down the road, but I would say more than anything, those storms are mostly going to be large hail and damaging wind producers. And let's go back down to Texas, where we have a very impressive supercell developing. And this is near Aspermont, going towards Guthrie. A very large scatter spike has developed which is what we're looking at here. That's not even, this is not the storm, by the way. This is just the hail that is being reflected by the radar, and this hail core is huge. Again, I would not be surprised if this got upgraded to hail that's upwards of baseball size, maybe even a bit larger. It's a significant storm in progress. Here's the latest scan. Looks like that scatter spike may be a little bit smaller, but that right there is, again, that significant hail core. Has been upgraded to 2-inch hail, so they haven't gone quite to the baseball-sized hail variety, but hen egg-sized hail or Easter egg-sized hail now is falling out of the sky just south of Guthrie, Texas. And 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds now possible on this as well. So that is the brand new warning here near Guthrie, Texas. And again, this is moving north-northeast towards Highway 82. And it'll be approaching Guthrie. Long term, this will be going towards Crowell, Texas, and Vernon and Quanah. Those will be the long-term areas in the track of this particular storm. Rory, I've thought about it, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be way too expensive for what I can afford. It's not free. My drinking beer. Yeah, I'm drinking beer during a weather live stream. No, I have a koozie on. It's not for beer. It's just a soda. If I was drinking beer during a stream, that would be very concerning. It would be extraordinarily concerning for everybody involved. No, you're good. I'm actually not surprised though somebody's not asked. I'm pretty surprised that nobody's asked that question yet though, because I've done it in multiple live streams. Would make for an interesting weather report. I don't doubt it. I bet it would be very interesting. What's the risk for Norman? I don't think we're going to see much in Norman until, like, overnight tonight. If you do get any storms, it'll be mainly isolated large hail and damaging winds. This is a live cam in Norman, which I could be wrong, but this camera might be... Oh, there we go. I was about to say it's on night vision mode. But this is a live view out of Norman, Oklahoma on Radar Omega Cyclone Port. Very cloudy skies, not a whole lot of instability. This isn't an area that I really expect any significant severe weather threat, but if any storms get going out here to the west and try to approach, you might get some large hail or damaging winds, but I think the risk overall is relatively low for Norman. And any surrounding areas, by the way. I think most of Oklahoma is going to be struggling to get any severe weather action. Here's the latest radar scan. Still got a pretty significant scatter spike on radar, which again is indicating that we have a significant hail core in progress just south of Guthrie, Texas. And that'll be approaching Highway 82 over the next several minutes and eventually heading northeast. And once again, Vernon is a long-term track in this storm. Crowell is also a long-term track of this storm. So if you're up in those areas, stay weather aware. I would also be staying weather aware if you're near Wichita Falls. I'm not ruling out that one of these storms here, we actually have two different storms that have developed here, kind of overlapping each other. One of these two could go close to Wichita Falls. So if you are in Wichita Falls, definitely stay weather aware here over the next couple of hours. This is another live cam view. This one's in German, Texas. So this is south of Wichita Falls, east of the current storms. Fast moving clouds aloft. So quick storm motion expected today. But nothing too crazy here. And again, this is on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. But yeah, this storm's definitely pretty significant right now. This is really our only significant storm, I would say, that we have right now in the United States. Yeah, this is the only storm that's warned for anything greater than $half sized hail. And the only thing that's warned for greater than 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Everybody's encouraging, hyper encouraging beers for Max. Yeah, that's pretty much what's happening right now. It's just a prebiotic soda. It's called Poppy. I don't know if anybody's ever had it before, but it's pretty good. Just a healthier version of soda. How effective do you think the cap will be? I think it's going to be pretty effective. Again, I think today is going to be either a big day or a very small day. It's going to be one of the two. It could go very easily either way. It really depends a lot on what happens in Kansas. The cap that's down here, though, in Texas and Oklahoma, that'll stay in place. I don't have many problems with this, in my opinion. I think that cap will be strong and stay in place. Back over in Kansas, though, it's way more questionable at this point. It may or may not stay in place. It's just the truth of it at this point. This cap that's in place here in Kansas, it might be there in a couple hours from now, or it might be completely gone in some areas where we have significant supercells happening. It's going to be a matter of time and see if anything does end up evolving out of that. You know, history does show us that even when the computer models are hinting at the cap staying in place for a long time, it doesn't always mean it stays in place for that entire time. We've had multiple events where it shows really strong caps and they end up kind of going away last second, and all of a sudden we get some big storms. So it could go either way again today. I'm still leaning towards that the cap stays in place and the severe weather, the significance of it, stays to a minimum. But again, it could go the other way very easily. It's kind of like a teeter-totter almost. It's one of those situations where it could go either way. I do want to mention, by the way, we do have a significant hailstorm heading towards Kilgore and Crookston in northern Nebraska. This storm's been rapidly intensifying here near Highway 20, just southwest of Valentine. Also got one near Cody that might be a little bit larger on the hailstone size as well. Got another storm just east of Highway 2 near Dunning that is trying to intensify as well. So we got multiple storms in Nebraska that are trying to ramp up now. None of them look super significant, but they are all producing at least some hail to some extent. And then the hail core southeast of Guthrie, Texas is once again trying to weaken a little bit. It is still producing some Easter egg sized hail, and as well as the threat for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And once again, this storm right now is moving northeast as of right now. So once again, if you are in this warning, stay away from windows as significant hail still remains a possibility. Poppy root beer is the best. I'm drinking the Doc Pop flavor, which is pretty good. The chat has gone off the rails. It's a lot about, all of a sudden we're on alcohol, we've been on haircuts, we've been on all sorts of things. It's very interesting. A new mezzo? Let me check. Don't see one. I don't see any new mesoscale discussions. We'll probably get one at some point here soon, I would think. Yeah, we don't have any right now. We'll probably get a new one at some point relatively soon, is my guess. I am 155 days sober off of alcohol today. That's awesome. Congratulations, Michelle. It's really impressive. Let's get some hearts in the chat for Michelle. That's really awesome. I think I've been sober for... I don't know the last time I had a drink. I think I've been sober for probably about 3 months now, so we're doing pretty good. 3 straight months of being completely sober, not having a single drink. Really impressive stuff. I've never had more than 1 drink in a day, though, so I've never been, like, you know, drunk or whatever. Kettle Corn, Kansas? That's a town name? Kettle Corn? Is this another setup? Is this a setup here? I don't see Kettle Corn anywhere. Is this another Gotham City situation? I've been sober for 48 hours. It's better than 1 or 0. It's not a town. I figured. Kettle Corn, Kansas. I've gotten trolled twice now by names. Kettle Corn. We got Gotham City. Fantastic. What's next? What's another city? Let me guess. Tatooine is gonna be the next one from Star Wars. That's a planet, not even a city. Just it's gonna be something off the rails. If you know, you know. I don't know, honestly. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm thinking you're talking about popcorn, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's something else. Grand Prairie, Texas, gonna get any rain? I think you'll at least get maybe some passing showers, but it wouldn't be anything significant. I'm not expecting like a significant severe weather threat or anything like that, but maybe some passing showers. Oh man, the amount of names that we're getting. The amount of names that we're getting that are just not real names is it's getting crazy. Oh man. Any severe weather this weekend? It's kind of early to say. I don't think we'll have anything too crazy this weekend though. Tilted Towers? Tilted Towers getting some showers and storms right now. Tilted Towers. Where are we dropping, boys? Oh man. Crazy stuff. That's what happens when no severe weather, like there's hardly any. I mean, we have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings, but I mean, overall the significance of the event that we're covering is been pretty minimal so far. That's what happens when we don't have any tornado warnings. It's all mayhem in the chat. The chat is fine. It's not a big deal. Ding Dong, Texas. Yeah, that's all. That's actually a place, by the way. Ding Dong, Texas does exist. That's not a made-up city. It is not a. That's a legitimate place. I'm glad I can help, Chris. Wish you luck. That's awesome. This Fortnite stream. Oh man. We do have a new update on the radar, by the way. We still have a hail core ongoing here near Guthrie, Texas. The main concern still remains 2-inch diameter hail that is the size of an Easter egg. In addition to that, we are talking about some damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Still quite a significant storm here that's in progress. We actually got 2 storms here. We got 1 and 2. The main hail threat is with the one that's closer to Guthrie. Long term, again, these storms are going to be heading towards Vernon and even Wichita Falls. So if you're back over in those areas, stay weather aware. I would also stay weather aware if you're in Quanah. This storm is kind of going a bit more this direction. This one's going a bit more this direction. Sorry, not that far to the east. It's more like this. Going that direction. This storm is going kind of in this direction. These storms are kind of going all over the place right now in Texas. But general sense of things is that if you're between Childress and even Henrietta or Wichita Falls, definitely stay weather aware over the next couple of hours, as these couple of discrete supercells may produce a threat of severe weather locally as we get closer to 7 o'clock. Horrible, I'm 3 years through my meteorology degree right now. Do you love talking about weather? I wouldn't be live talking about weather if I didn't love talking about it. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour damaging winds near Quanah. Sorry. This is near Quanah, Texas. So if you're just south of Quanah, definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware. We do have a couple of live cams in Quanah. Gotta figure out what direction we're looking here. So this is a virtual railfan camera that is up in Quanah. You can see the sunny skies for the time being. Instability is growing, so that should allow for some severe weather potential. Very sunny here though as of right now. And we'll pull up that live cam once again here soon, once we're a bit closer to this area. Again, that was a virtual railfan. Thank you, Days, for the $2 super chat. I'm not really expecting a tornado risk in Virginia. I think it's going to be a very low risk. And even then, I don't think we're going to get a tornado. Like, when I say very low risk, I'm pretty much talking a 0% chance of a tornado in Virginia. If we get one, if we get a tornado warning over there and no tornado warnings in the Great Plains today, It's gonna be such a bust of a forecast. That's gonna be unbelievable if that happens somehow, which I don't think it will, but you know what I mean. I do think the mid-Atlantic severe weather event was meant to be a bit more numerous anyways, with much more marginal threats of severe weather overall. And with that said, back over here in Texas, this is our initiation area that we had that was expected today. This up here in Nebraska and as well as South Dakota, all expected. So far we're on forecast for what's supposed to happen today, at least out of these two events. The huge question mark that still does remain is Kansas. We still don't really know what's going to happen here. Either we're going to get some big storms or we're going to get like nothing. It's going to depend on initiation over here in west and central Kansas. So a massive question mark can go over the entire state of Kansas because we just don't know what's going to happen. Here is your question mark. We don't know. If we do get storms developing here in the next couple of hours, again, a strong tornado risk is definitely in play. It could get pretty nasty really quickly. If nothing really develops, it could be a very slow day overall. It just simply depends on what happens over the next couple of hours. And we might not get storms until like 10 or 11. That's entirely possible. We're probably going to get storms at some point, but if they're way later tonight, I think the threat is going to be much lower. And it might be a bit more of a nocturnal tornado risk, but I do think the tornado risk will definitely be a little bit lower. I have a Lenovo laptop. It's not even a computer, just a laptop. I have 3 monitors hooked up right now. I'm planning on getting a 4th monitor, but I've had really no time to actually look into monitors. We've done live streams like every single day. It's been unbelievable recently. We've been so busy. I've also been trying to get a monitor stand too, so we can have multiple monitors above me. Just haven't had time to look into it. Actually, I am curious. What are the dew points right now? These are the observed dew points across much of the country. Dew points are in the 60s in Texas. We got dew points in Oklahoma in the 60s. Kansas, they're right now in the 50s and 60s. We don't have really a definitive dry line here. Kind of back in here, so it's not even that far back. The dry line, if we have one, it's kind of like in here, and it's not really organized yet. Back up in Nebraska, dew points in the mid to upper 50s. The tornado risk is much lower up here. The dew points are just not there. In northern Nebraska and southern South Dakota. So I'm not expecting really any tornado risks to really come together in northern parts of Nebraska. I do think if we get a tornado risk, it'll have to be down in here in like southern Nebraska back through Texas. Once again, here's your tornado risk for today. They actually have the hatched area all the way back up into here. If the moisture does surge more to the north, I definitely can see a tornado risk up into central Nebraska. I don't think we're going to get really any tornado risk up in here, but definitely a possibility if that moisture surges more into central Nebraska. But dew points right now, kind of on track for forecasted, maybe slightly higher than what they were forecasted to be. But so far, again, we've just not had any sort of supercellular initiation in Kansas, which is what we're really waiting to see if that happens. If it does happen, that strong tornado risk will definitely come to fruition. Thank you, Rats, for the $2 super chat. Sent you a Twitter photo of that storm from Texas. I don't see anything. You might have to... make sure to mention me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, because I don't see anything. Either that or message me, which I didn't see that either. Thank you, Tornado, for the $1 super chat. Thank you to Hudson for the $2 super chat. What settings are you talking about? And once again, if you are just tuning in, we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings here in Texas. This does include areas just south of Kewanna and also near Guthrie. The main concern is ping pong to golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Once again, this activity is moving northeast. Chillicothe, Vernon, and Kewanna will be in the track of the storm activity here. So make sure again that you're staying away from windows if you're in this area. Crowell is also in the track of this. And once again, this tornado watch in Texas and southwest Oklahoma does go all the way up until 9 o'clock tonight. So we still have a chance here for large to very large hail, damaging winds, and even an isolated tornado or two. We have another supercell developing here just west of Haskell. So we have another storm developing here. And we do have 3 different storms right now ongoing, all very close to each other. We'll see if any of these do end up producing a tornado risk. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3. We got all 3 storms side by side right now. I am currently using Radar Omega for those that are wondering. You can download it on iOS or Android with the top link in the description below. And that's on iOS and Android. You look at Sweet Home Alabama. Alabama right now is not looking at anything today or really in the next few days. I don't expect much severe weather there. I almost just dropped my soda. Yeah, I don't really expect much in the Alabama area. How's it going, Lemur? Welcome back. What's the probability of hail in Wichita Falls? I can't really give you a probability. I mean, it's about a 15 to 20% chance within a 25-mile radius. It's going to really depend on if these storms kind of come closer to you. Right now, they're kind of moving in this direction, so they might just stay to your west, but if a storm splits down the road, it's definitely possible that we get something closer to Wichita Falls. So I'm not ruling out that we get something closer to home in Wichita Falls, but it's going to be one of those things that we won't really know until these storms get a bit closer to you. Because we've had a lot of storm splitting here. We've had a lot of merging as well. I mean, this storm's moving this direction. This one's moving more this direction. This one's moving this direction. I mean, it's kind of a mess right now where these storms are going. In about 30 minutes, I think we'll have a better idea. Thank you, Hudson, for the $2 super chat. I know you're talking about the settings. I just don't know what you're talking about, like what settings on Radar Omega. Any bad weather for Greenup, Illinois? I don't know where that is, but the greatest threat is Western Illinois, where an isolated strong tornado or 2 will be possible. Large to very large hail and damaging winds. And then in the Chicago suburbs, there will be a chance for damaging winds there as well. But I think the tornado risk will remain low there. Can't give you a probability, but proceeds to give him a probability. Sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, I gave you a probability, but you know, it's a rough. It's just the general Storm Prediction Center probability. It's not like a probability, like a forecast, like short-term probability. Because if I were to give like a short-term forecast probability on this area of storms, like for example, if I say Quanah, I would say probably like a 40% chance that you're getting hail. Like I'm talking about that. I'm not talking about like within a 25-mile radius, like the Storm Prediction Center's probabilities. It is a probability, but it's not the probability that I was meaning to talk about. If that makes sense. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Yeah, I saw that, Tristan. Yeah, the soundings that you're looking at are just forecast soundings. They're not necessarily gonna happen. It's just a forecast model. Nocturnal storms are the worst. They sure are. Nocturnal tornadoes, nocturnal storms in general, they always are the worst ones to deal with. Zoom out a bit. I just zoomed in, but here's the zoomed out look. Actually, I do want to go back to Nebraska real quick. We have a warning now for those near Rosebud, Nebraska for golf ball sized hail. So this storm is intensifying now near Rosebud, approaching Highway 18 here relatively soon. This is moving north-northwest and will be heading toward areas like Highway 18 near Rosebud. So some significant hail is possible. We also have a storm south of this that is also producing some golf ball sized hail. So 2 different storms here that have the potential for some significant hail, upwards of golf ball sized hail. Imagine the people in that town or city yelling 4 right now. They're yelling 4 because there is the potential there for some golf ball sized hail. They're not just yelling a number. Back over near Haskell, we have another severe thunderstorm warning just issued on this southern supercell that's been developing. This one's going to be moving into Guthrie. The main concern is golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and that is currently moving due north. So Childress, Paducah, and maybe even Quanah will be impacted by that storm in the long term. The warning counter is at the bottom right of your screen, so there is no tornado warnings right now. Thank you, Hudson, again for the $2 super chat. I don't know what settings you're talking about, like display settings. Just kind of screenshot them if you need them. I don't know what exactly you're asking about. I'm using Radar Omega, and again, you can download that on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below. Pretty much all my settings are pretty much default. The only thing that's different is display. And my color tables, if that's what you're wondering about, the colors on Radar, you can download those on my Discord server. The link's down below. New severe in Indiana, is there? There actually is. That's actually from the hatched area that they issued earlier. They issued a hatched hail risk back over in Kentucky and Indiana, and this is the reason why. A couple of very slow-moving, discrete storms are expected this evening, and some large hail and damaging winds will come with this. And that's near LaGrange and Owen, just east of Charlestown. That's northeast of Louisville. And that is right now drifting very slowly to the east. It is currently moving at 15 miles per hour. You could probably run as fast as this storm is going right now. It's pretty impressive. Very slow-moving storm out here in Kentucky. We'll keep a close eye on that activity, but again, I'm not looking at anything too significant. Looks like the severe weather is beginning to dwindle a lot now in Virginia and Maryland and Delaware. Again, this was not an area that I was expecting anything too substantial. Overall, just some damaging wind potential, large hail still being possible. The severe weather threat, though, thus far has been pretty minimal. Here's a live camera view on Radar Omega with the cyclone port located here near German, Texas. And we got some low-level clouds that are racing from southwest to northeast because of the strong southerly and southwesterly flow. But there's no storms in the vicinity. That's where the cyclone port is. The live camera. All the storms right now are back over here near Rochester, Highway 82, approaching Quanah and Vernon, Texas here soon with upwards of golf ball-sized hail, and as well as the threat for damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour still being possible. So once again, stay in your safe place if you're in this area, away from windows if you are in these warnings, as there is still a chance for some damaging wind and large hail potential here. No imminent tornado risk as of now, but we are still monitoring the chance for one of these storms to try to produce a tornado down the road. I would say the main concern, though, right now is definitely large to very large hail and damaging winds with this activity. And a friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll be keeping you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage throughout tonight as needed. And we'll also be live again tomorrow for severe weather coverage in the Midwest. So make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. Batman, I think it was having a little bit of a glitch. It's not anymore. There was it was going to night vision earlier. It's fine right now. Salina, I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but yeah, it is possible to slow down the playback speed of the radar. It's display settings and then animation speed right here. So this would be fast. This would be fast motion on radar. So these move obviously very fast. The link to the Discord server is at the bottom of the description. All of our social links like Twitter, Facebook, all that stuff is at the very bottom of the description. And if you do have any photos or videos from today's storms, feel free to send it in to us at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. You can also go to our Facebook page at MaxVelocityWX and message us any photos as well, if you do get any photos or videos. Yeah, there's a lot of customizability with Radar Omega. I highly recommend it. What am I drinking? I'm not drinking beer for the people that keep wondering if I'm drinking beer. It's just a soda. I've already had a lot of people wondering about that. Just soda. All right, completely unrelated to severe weather, but I just had a notification pop up on my Twitter page or Twitter feed. NASA confirms a mystery object that crashed through a roof of Florida home came from a space station. Okay. Hopefully that never happens. That's kind of crazy. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning just issued. We're back up to 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. This one's going to be for those near Highway 82 north of Rochester, Texas, north of Knox City. And also we have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. That is for those in Texas, really anywhere in the tornado watch. A very general message here. The severe weather risk will continue. Very general stuff. The warning that they've used here is that the severe weather risk will continue. Developing storms across West Texas will remain capable of all hazards this evening. Broad cloud cover may limit the threat further east until more robust forcing arrives from the west. Great talking here. So that's the main synoptic overview of what we're looking at right now. Large hail is still the most likely threat out of these storms. Maybe an isolated tornado, damaging winds, pretty much everything we've been talking about is still in play. So that's the latest, again, from the Storm Prediction Center with the new mesoscale discussion. Yeah, we are still relatively early into the severe weather event. I do want to remind you that the greatest threat for severe weather, again, is really not expected until like tonight. Like it's supposed to be a nocturnal tornado risk in Kansas, which again is still up for grabs on whether it will actually happen or not. We'll have to wait and see. The satellite imagery here on Radar Omega is still showing quite a bit of clear skies across western and central Kansas, where storms would likely be developing here relatively soon. And we do have some cloud cover back over in eastern Kansas. That's not really playing a factor into this severe weather event. We got plenty of storms back up in northern Nebraska. Look at all the cumulus clouds here, all the cumulonimbus clouds here on the satellite imagery. Got plenty of that in northern Nebraska and southwest South Dakota. But as of this current time, we do not have anything super significant up here other than just some golf ball sized hail moving towards Rosebud. So let me grab the radar site here. But yeah, we do have some significant hailstorms up here. But again, nothing tornadic, nothing too crazy here. I'm not seeing anything that's substantial or, you know, like a tornado or baseball-sized hail or anything like that. But we definitely have some storms up there that are at least producing some hail and damaging winds. And then Kansas is completely dry right now. And then Texas so far has been on forecast. I mean, this is what was expected. Was a few discrete cells that would develop, mainly producing large hail, but also a modest tornado threat and damaging winds. And that's so far what's been happening here. We do have a couple of storms here producing up to golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And once again, this storm activity right now moving east, northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. We haven't really had any rotating supercells yet. So these storms really aren't really rotating at this point. Yeah, they're not really rotating at all. They might be rotating like higher up into the clouds, but they're not rotating to the extent where there could be a tornado here soon. Maybe sometime down the road, if one of these storms becomes more discrete, or if one of the storms merges with another one of them, if we get like a little storm merger going, it might happen, but right now, these storms are not at that point. With that said, we do have 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. Got a couple up there in Nebraska. We got 4 here in Texas. We got a few over in... We got one in South Carolina and North Carolina. We got one in Virginia. We got one in South Dakota. They're all over the place right now. We got a bunch of warnings. They're all severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing too out of the ordinary. What's the dew point? In this particular area, I believe it's in the upper 60s now. Further north, it varies a lot depending on where you are. The dew points here are right around 70. So pretty humid environment here. Lots of buoyancy to work with. Really, the biggest thing here is not the moisture. It's just more about the amount of lifting mechanisms that we have here. All of them are in place. So significant hail threat is definitely here. If you're wondering about Iowa, if you're wondering about anything for tomorrow's severe weather threat, I do recommend you watching the stream from a little earlier today. A live stream that I had back at about 12 o'clock. So a little earlier today. I also talked about areas like Iowa in the video that I had this morning, if you have any specific questions on that. Where in North Carolina? That is in Transylvania, North Carolina. I don't know where that is, but that's the general area. It's quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is for western... That's Transylvania County in western North Carolina. How's the hotel there? Oh man, got more jokes. Transylvania. I can barely say that. Isn't that like a show? Or wasn't that a show? At one point? Thought that was a show. Looks like Connor is finally on. He's now on the road. We'll pan out to him once there's a little bit more action. He's currently driving through a very sunny area, I believe, of Nebraska. Oh, it's a movie. Yeah, I've never watched it. I think I remember seeing something about it on TV, though. It does look like these storms right now over in north central Texas are still a little bit on the weakening trend for these ones down to the south. The one up here to the north, though, is actually intensified a little bit. Just south of Kewanna, near Crowell, Texas, we do have a hail core that is beginning to intensify more. That is moving north towards Kewanna and Chillicothe, near Highway 287, or Route 287. I don't know which one it is, but that's moving up to the north. Main concern, again, going to be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. In addition to that, there will be some Easter egg-sized hail as this storm does continue to move up to the northeast, again approaching Kewanna, Texas. So Kewanna will be the next area in track of this over the next few minutes. Adam, top right, where it says alerts. That's where you can do that. I'm guessing that's what you mean. What hooked me into meteorology? A lot of things, honestly. When I was younger, I mean, I would just watch the Weather Channel. That's where it really all started when I was like 3 or 4 years old. I'd watch the Weather Channel instead of cartoons, and that's where it really all propelled. I've always been into weather since, so that's really how it started. Other than that, I mean, obviously other things have happened over the last, 10 to 15 years, but that was where it all began. How many tornadoes do I estimate? Anywhere between 0 and 12. It's pretty much what we're looking at today. Either we get a few tornadoes or even potentially, several tornadoes, or we get none. It's going to heavily depend on what happens over the next couple of hours. I don't see any signs as of now that are leading me to believe that we're going to get some significant tornado threat in the next hour or two in Kansas. I think Kansas is really the area where we could have that potential evolve. Again, we've yet to have that happen, but that would be the area that I'd be watching for. But we may get some storms developing in southern Kansas soon. That's possible. There's some ascent in the upper levels that's overlapping a warm sector in southwest Kansas. I'll be back up in here. Let's go to the satellite imagery. So this right here, it's getting a little bit dark, so it might be hard to see. But that right there, your satellite imagery, you can see that ascent here. This would be where we're looking at the potential for some storm development, is where actually a couple of storm chasers on Radar Omega are at near Greensburg. But it looks like that'll be the area to watch for some sort of supercellular storm development. If any gets going, it would probably be there, and it would probably be in the next hour or two. Is my guess. We've had some of this already back up to the north, but this does look a bit more convincing. And that's in the Wichita area that we're looking at there. So definitely a chance we get some storms here soon in Kansas. And if they get going, again, pretty significant tornado risk will exist. That is Brandon, yes. I think you have a professional baseball sportscaster voice. Appreciate it. That's my backup plan. If weather ever falls through, we'll be going into sports broadcasting. Once again, if you are tuning in, we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 8 across the country. We do have 3 right now here in Texas, just south of Quanah and southwest of Vernon. Once again, the main concern with these storms remains damaging winds and large hail. We don't really have any rotation on these, but 2-inch diameter hail, which is the size, by the way, of Easter eggs, is currently ongoing south of Quanah. And we also have a threat of damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour that is currently moving off to the north and north-northeast. This will be heading towards areas like Vernon, Quanah, and eventually possibly even Wichita Falls with this particular activity. So once again, if you are in the track of these storms, make sure that you're protecting your vehicle, protect outdoor plants as well. Do all those sorts of precautions here, as there's going to be a chance for some significant hail and damaging winds. Maybe an isolated tornado too, so have a tornado action plan in place just in case. Can I do a storm track? Yeah, I can do a storm track. We'll do one on this one. Actually, we'd probably do both of them. This storm's moving northeast at 75 miles per hour. Holy cow. That is one of the fastest moving storms I've seen in a long time, honestly. It's probably at least been a year since I've seen a storm going that fast. This is the timing. So Chillicothe is in the track of this in about 15 to 20 minutes. Altus will be in the track of this in about 40 minutes. That's Oklahoma. City View in about 50 minutes, and about an hour if you're back up in Babs or Lone Wolf in Cambridge, Oklahoma. So that's the track of this storm, which again is producing 2-inch hail and 70 mile per hour damaging winds. If you are up in Clinton, Oklahoma, you got about an hour and a half if this storm makes it there. So if you're back up that direction, definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware. That could get us, yeah, this storm could get a speeding ticket at this point. That's how fast it's going. And again, using the Radar Omega tracking tool, let's see what this storm speed is. It might be a bit slower. Yeah, it's a little bit slower. We're going the speed limit here, 70 miles per hour on this storm near O'Brien, Texas. Just a little bit slower. This one's more on track to go toward Oklahoma City long term, but again, it probably will not make it that far. This is what it looks like on the Radar Omega tracking tool with these storms. So Vernon, Texas in about 40 minutes. Eventually going towards Electra in about 50 minutes. Frederick in about an hour. Hollister in 65 minutes. Got Chattanooga in about 75 minutes. And that's about it. Lawton would be in about an hour and a half if that storm makes it there. So that's your timing. Again, you can track out storms like this for yourself on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. That is the weather app that we're currently using. I highly recommend it. It's only $8.99 on iOS and Android, but it is well worth the money. It gives you tons of features like the live radar feed, live cameras, live storm chasers in the app. Tons of cool features. Again, check it out. Top link in the description below on iOS and Android. You can also get access to computer models, which can help time out storms and stuff with a subscription. A lot of other cool features are also available on subscriptions. Lots of customizability as well. Tons of things you can do on here. How's the cap doing in Oklahoma City? It's standing strong right now. I do think the new weather sounding data is coming in soon. Yeah, it should be coming in soon. We should be getting some more weather soundings within the next hour, which should help give us an idea of what the environment is across the entire spectrum of the atmosphere. So from the surface all the way up into the jet stream and up to the equilibrium level. Chicago has a low chance for tornadoes tomorrow. It's a much higher risk back over in Iowa and northern Missouri. Just realized my retriever is named Max. That's fantastic. I'm glad it's smart. It represents who I am. I'm very smart. I didn't even know where animals went for shelter. I thought it was a farm and not a barn earlier, if you were here. I also thought Gotham City was an actual city, and guess what? It wasn't. It is in Batman, but not in this. Look at this. This is a live cam view in Quanah, Texas on Virtual Railfan. You're not going to see much over here, but over here we actually have our overshooting cloud tops. Our storm is up in here. That's what we're looking at up in this area. And then this is just a low deck of cumulus clouds. But top left, or top right, sorry, that is the overshooting cloud tops on Virtual Railfan. Live cam in Quanah, Texas. It's a pretty impressive view there. What is a barn anyways? Who knows? Yeah, we'll probably have a pretty good view of the storm in Quanah here soon. I'm gonna probably change the camera. I think I'm gonna change the one in Kearney, Nebraska. I think that's what we're gonna do. Change the one in Kearney to Quanah. So we'll change the live cam on the right side of your screen to Quanah. There you go. That'll be our live cam out of Quanah. And this is a storm that is quickly approaching Quanah, Texas, so we'll have a pretty good view of this. And we'll switch it back later on, but this is the storm that we're talking about right now that's nearing Quanah. It's producing 2-inch sized hail, which is significant, and as well as damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. It will probably be pretty close to hitting Quanah. It's not far from it. So we'll have a pretty good view of that there on the right side of your screen. We also got Oklahoma City, which just has a low deck of cumulus clouds. We also have another discrete cell that's further down to the south. A little bit of a storm merger here, by the way, which is interesting. Not seeing any rotation, but it's not really a true storm merger. Problem is, this other storm that was south kind of just weakened out. Kind of choked itself off there near Crowell. So it seems like the main concern right now is this one storm that's going to be going up towards Quanah with large hail and damaging winds. Another storm is probably going to be right behind it, too. And Wichita Falls might get spared. We'll see. Wichita Falls is back over to the east here, and it's not looking at much of any significant severe weather right now. We don't have any storms that are developing down here. It's really just these two storms that are moving towards Quanah, and there is your new severe thunderstorm warning. They've actually downgraded the warning for Quanah to $0.5 sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that'll include Quanah, Texas, Chillicothe, just west of Vernon, and west of Wichita Falls. Once again, the main concern here is going to be some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and $0.5 sized hail. We're back up to 10 severe thunderstorm warnings as well across the United States. And yeah, these are the most significant storms that we have right now. We do still have a golf ball sized hailstorm, or ping pong ball sized hailstorm in South Dakota. But other than that, this is our main concern right now, is down in here in Texas. I honestly think the tornado risk with these storms is very low. We haven't really seen any rotation with these yet. And with that being said, the storm activity really will only exist from now until about 9 or so. So any tornado risk would be within the next 2 hours. And I was expecting if we got any tornado risk, it would probably be between 6 and 7. And we haven't seen much of that yet. So I think the tornado risk here in South Dakota, or sorry, not South Dakota, in Texas is pretty low. And even in southwest Oklahoma, I also think it's pretty low. If you are wondering what the severe weather looks like for tomorrow, again, you can watch my important severe weather update live stream from earlier today. Has a full 20-minute detailed breakdown, or you can watch my video from earlier today, which is a more condensed breakdown on that. Again, we'll be talking about that more tomorrow. I'm planning on doing another forecast live stream tomorrow morning. That'll probably be sometime around like 11. Here's the latest radar scan. So again, storm quickly approaching Quanah, Texas, near Chillicothe. This is going to be moving towards El Dorado, Oklahoma. Also included, by the way, in this warning. Altus, be mindful this storm's heading in your direction. I'd make sure to protect your vehicle just in case. That storm is going to be heading right towards you in Altus, down the road. And we'll zoom back out a little bit. Again, Kansas not dealing with any storms yet. Nebraska, we have plenty of storms right now happening back up in South Dakota and northern Nebraska. The main concern with these storms right now does remain large hail and damaging winds. We don't really have any rotation on these storms. But once again, the main concern is still large hail and damaging winds. And all these storms at this current time are moving northwest. And even some of them are moving kind of more westerly at this point. Crossing over Interstate 90. Still got a lot of lightning with those storms as well, but nothing too significant. The most significant storm is back down near Rosebud, and that one's producing right now some ping pong ball sized hail in rural parts of southern Nebraska. or sorry, southern South Dakota. And that's again moving northwest. But the most concerning action, once again, is back down in Texas, which we do have a hail core still trying to maybe intensify a little bit right now near Crowell. See a little white area there. That would be indicating a slightly more intense hail core that is developing. That is right now moving towards Quanah and Chillicothe. This will be on track again for El Dorado as well in Oklahoma. We'll be crossing over the border here relatively soon. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. This is southwest of Vernon. This is going to be heading towards Vernon, Highway 287, and Electra down the road. This one is going to be producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It is slowing down a little bit. It's now moving at 65 miles per hour. It's a slightly slower moving storm. Thank you, JC, for the $2 super chat. Weird wind and clouds in Wichita, Kansas. Weird wind. That is weird. I don't know what weird wind is. I do appreciate the $2 super chat. I'm guessing you're just talking about like a weird wind direction or something. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. Welcome back, Rail. What are my thoughts on Louisville, Kentucky? I think overall tonight it's an isolated hail threat, and then I think your greater concern will probably be on Wednesday, with damaging winds and hail being possible. I will do another storm track on these storms. Let's just check the speed. This one's they're both going 65 miles per hour now. So, and this is using the Radar Omega tracking tool. And here's your general timing. So, anywhere near the Highway 287 near Quanah will be impacted in about 10 minutes. Again, right side of your screen, we do have 2 live cams, one of which is in Quanah, Texas. And then also, we do have some other areas in the track of this long term, which do include areas like Clinton, New Cordell, Hobart, Altus in Oklahoma. Looks like Altus will be impacted by this in about 40 minutes. Ozark in about 40 minutes. Got City View in about 50 minutes. And then eventually going towards Lone Wolf in about an hour. And Cambridge also a little over an hour from now. And Carter will also be a little over an hour from now. I think Clinton, if we get hit by that, it'll be about an hour and a half to 2 hours from now. And then this is the other storm that's moving more towards Vernon. Oh my goodness. All right, it's not going to be in 0 minutes. I just accidentally put this storm going the speed of light. Accidentally put in like 700,000 miles. This would be the timing though on this storm. So once again, the Lockett area in about half an hour. We got Grayback in about a half an hour. Vernon in about 35 minutes. Fargo in about 45 minutes. Haynesville in about 50 minutes. Frederick in about 55 minutes. Granfield in Oklahoma in a little over an hour, and Chattanooga in about a little over an hour. Same thing with Snyder, by the way, in Oklahoma. And Lawton would be in about an hour and a half. That'll be your timing for those storms. Thank you, Dan Patterson, for the $10 super chat. I do appreciate your generosity. New here, liking this guy Max. Well, I do appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you for your generosity. What about Denton County? I don't expect anything in Denton County. Anywhere really in the DFW Metroplex, I don't really anticipate any sort of significant severe weather or anything like that. If you get anything tonight, it would be isolated gusty winds. I just don't think we're going to have any storms over there that are going to survive the cap that's in place. We do actually have a little storm that is fired up west of Weatherford, but it's not going to become severe, I don't think. It would take a lot for that storm to become severe. Here's a live camera out of German, Texas on Radar Omega. And again, you can check these live cams out for yourself and all the storm chasers that are live in the app with the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. This is one of their cool features. They have live cameras, and this is one of them in German, Texas. But nothing too crazy right now in German. Most of the storms, again, are back out to the west of German by quite a bit, too. These are still 50 miles to the west, at least, of that live camera. Starting to sprinkle in Wichita Falls. Yeah, we do have a little bit of maybe some stratus clouds or something like that going through Wichita Falls, or maybe some small cumulus clouds. Everyone in McKinney is dead. I know that's a crazy meme that came out recently. That's not that old. That's literally this past summer. It was a crazy moment when I saw that. I saw that when it first happened. Like it was pretty popular. We're going to drop our warning count back down to 8. We do have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings right now across the United States. And we got plenty right now in Nebraska, South Dakota, and Texas. We are currently on the Texas severe thunderstorm warnings. We are still watching for the potential of severe weather in Kansas. It has not ramped up yet, but we are going to continue to keep a close eye on the Kansas storms if they do end up developing. So far, again, they have not yet developed, but that'll be our area that we'll be watching for closely this evening for a significant tornado threat. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow's enhanced risk goes a bit further south, or at least like expands further south and stays where it is. It'll be interesting to see what the Storm Prediction Center says in here soon. I think the new Storm Prediction Center outlook comes out in an hour. It's 8 o'clock Central, right? The Storm Prediction Center outlook. I'm trying to remember. I think it's 8 o'clock that they issue the 1 Zulu. That would be 8 o'clock. So. Yeah, so we'll have the new Storm Prediction Center outlook at 8 o'clock. That's in about 55 minutes. That is for tonight. We'll see if they have any changes. I don't know if they're going to have any major changes to the forecast since, again, the majority of the severe weather is expected to be after sunset. So I think if they do change anything, it would probably just be the risk down here. And they might get rid of the slight risk to some extent back south of where the storms are right now. Because the main storm action that we're seeing here in Texas, that's basically what we're talking about right now with hail and damaging winds. It's not, again, a significant threat here as of right now, but this is really the only round of storms that was expected in Texas. And this will be moving into Oklahoma here relatively soon, so be interesting to see how that evolves. Clouds broke in Oklahoma City. This is a live camera in Norman, Oklahoma, and it still shows pretty cloudy skies. Very windy, too. Winds are, again, around 30 to 40 miles per hour right now across much of the southern and central plains. It's very windy out there. With that said, it doesn't really mean too much other than there's at least some sort of disturbance nearby, and there is one back up in the central plains, that low pressure system. It's definitely getting windy. Is there flying trampolines? I haven't seen any flying trampoline photos quite yet today, but can't rule it out. Tomorrow, though, is really the big day when it comes to flying trampolines. Tomorrow is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. And I bet we'll have some tossing trampolines tomorrow. Yeah, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Appreciate your $4.99. You are totally fine. Off-topic discussion is not really that bad. I don't mind it. We've had no tornado warnings, and we've had no confirmed tornadoes today. So we've been with a big fat goose egg so far. Again, the main tornado risk for today was really not expected to happen until after sunset tonight. So that's kind of what I'm thinking right now, is that if we get any tornadoes, it'll probably be after sunset. I did think we'd at least get something out of this activity here in Texas, but nothing's materialized. It's been mostly just hailstorms. Lots of lift in the environment here in Texas. But aside from that, we've really had nothing organizing here into, like, significant stuff. And mostly just some hail and damaging winds. And we do have an update on this warning. The storm that's approaching Quanah, Texas, near Chillicothe, is still producing some ping-pong ball-sized hail now. And 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And once again, this is moving north-northeast. It'll be moving towards Altus, Oklahoma here soon. So once again, now ping-pong ball-sized hail on this storm. No rotation for the time being, but look at that hail. This is the correlation coefficient near Chillicothe. Pretty large hail core about to be going into Quanah, Texas. And we do have a live cam at the bottom right of your screen in Quanah, Texas. That is also giving you that idea of the hail, or at least a storm that's moving in, but that'll also be producing hail locally. So we might get something on the live cam here soon, maybe of some hail. So we'll keep a close eye on that. But ping-pong ball-sized hail now a potential here near Chillicothe and Quanah, Texas. And once again, this is moving north-northeast going towards Aluste and El Dorado in southwest Oklahoma. We might have a live cam on this. Let me check. Maybe a better view. Yeah, this is on, again, the virtual rail fan cameras. This is one of them in Quanah, Texas. Here's the dark skies moving in right now. That would be where the storm is. The wind is really picking up. You can't see it, but there are trees on the right that are whipping right now. So the wind is really picking up here. in Quanah. And this is the other live camera, which we have on the right side of your screen. Full camera. Or actually, that was the one I was just looking at. But that would be on the right side of your screen again. Or actually, I think they're looking at like the same thing. Yeah, they're basically looking at the same thing. In Quanah, Texas. So the wind's picking up here in Quanah. This is where we got that severe storm rolling in, with the threat here of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and ping pong ball sized hail. This will be approaching Altus, Oklahoma in about 30 minutes if it does stay alive. The other storm that's back southwest of Vernon looks like it's splitting. Part of the storm is kind of going up a little bit more this direction towards Vernon, and then the other one is kind of fizzling a little bit. So looks like we have another storm split happening in Texas. We've had a lot of these so far today. This is another example of that. So far, we haven't had any development in Kansas. There is reason to believe we might get some development here soon in southern Kansas, as there is an overlap of upper level ascent and a warm sector in southwest and southern Kansas that might allow for some storm development here soon. But so far, we've had no storm development. We're still keeping a close eye on that in Kansas. Again, Kansas is the area that we might get a strong tornado risk going, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. The skies have turned dark really fast in Quanah. Like, really fast. And this is the live cam out of Quanah. I'm going to... Let me do this. That is the live camera view here out of Quanah, Texas. It's going to get very dark here in a second on the right side of your screen. This is, again, live. Got very dark skies on the right. This is a storm that is coming in right now, producing some significant hail and damaging winds. It's going to get very dark here very, very shortly. Thank you, Hudson, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate that, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you for becoming a Velocity member. We'll go back to this, I think, in a second once it gets a little bit closer. But again, this is the storm that we're talking about right here. Wow, look at that. That hail core is blowing up right now near Quanah. We're about to have a really good view of this storm here in a second. Just stay tuned. Yeah, this storm's definitely blowing up. I'm not sure the exact location of this live cam in Quanah, but it is right along a railroad. It's now up to golf ball sized hail, so this storm's been upgraded. About to have a really good view on this storm here in a second. Got lightning in the area as well, so lightning is picking up. Yeah, Quanah's getting dark really fast. I'm gonna give it like 30 more seconds, then we'll pull it up. Yeah, we got a significant hail core right here near Highway 287. Crossing right over that right now with upwards of golf ball sized hail possible. This storm is really racing. Again, this storm's moving at about 65 miles per hour. It is very fast. This right here, again, would be your storm that's about to be moving in. It's a little bit further to the right. But that's the dark skies that are right now rolling in. The storm itself is still a little bit back here. But again, this is moving 65 miles per hour. And you can see that storm motion. It is ripping south to north. This is looking east towards this storm. And look at that rain shaft. You're about to see it here. It's going to be right where my marker is scribbling on the right. Huge rain shaft coming in. Probably the hail core being in there. We might even see some hail on this live cam. We'll see. This is right in Quanah, Texas. The full cam view is on the right side of your screen too. But you can see that rain shaft moving in right now. That rain shaft right there. This is all pushing in right now to Quanah. Probably some hail embedded in this as well. It's again in Quanah, Texas. Rain shaft moving in. We also have another view of this. This is the other view. Oops. This is the other view on Virtual Railfan. It's a little bit more blurry because of the sun angle, so we'll stay on this one. That's hail, I think, falling. Is that hail? There's some really fast-moving hail, if that's hail. At least rain. nonetheless, precipitation's picking up here in Quanah very quickly. Yeah, that's some hail falling right now. We got some hail falling, and then Quanah. Again, the main core of the storm's back in the background there, where the rain shaft is, and that's where the heaviest of the precipitation is in Quanah, Texas. Some little small hail falling right now in Quanah. It is now stopped in this particular spot. Again, this is a virtual rail fan. Live camera. Tell if that's a rainbow. This looks like a rainbow back here. Right there? Is that a rainbow? Can't really tell. That right there on the right is your storm. Let's go back to live radar real quick, and then we'll go back to this. This is the storm, so the massive hail core has just crossed over 287. That is Highway 287. And that is a rainbow. That is a rainbow right there in the middle of your screen. Look at that. Beautiful rainbow right there in the middle, with hail falling as we speak. That's again a rainbow. Golf ball sized hail, Quanah public report. All right, so we have confirmed golf ball sized hail here. That's a rainbow that I just circled in the middle of your screen. So we got a rainbow, we got hail, we got wind, we got still a pretty large part of the storm still coming in. But rainbow sighting with this hailstorm in Quanah. But we are getting reports now of around golf ball sized hail with this storm, and there has been confirmation of that just south of Quanah. But with that being said, beautiful rainbow in the middle of your screen. Can't get much better than that. There is definitely some significant hail falling here. It's about to be moving into El Dorado, Oklahoma here shortly. Let's get some rainbow emojis in the chat. Had a little bit of small hail falling here too. Wind is really strong, by the way. Look at the wind here. These trees are really swaying. That's some really strong wind. Again, we got the rainbow going. Definitely impressive here. Oh, wow. Look at this. The power pole's actually shaking here. That pole is shaking. I don't know how strong that is, but man, that thing is really shaking. That thing is wobbling like crazy. Well, these winds are definitely strong. There's no doubt about that. It's strong enough to move that power pole. And again, we got a rainbow in the middle of your screen. We got the power pole really shaking. Trees are swaying as well. Or not really swaying. They're just getting hammered by wind. Oh. That's the... Wait, is that the... That's the... That's not a power pole. That is a crossbar to the... to the railroad. Wow, that's a fantastic observation. We're doing great today. Oh, man, that's horrendous. That's the railroad crossbar. Not a power pole. I was about to say that's really shaking for a power pole. Yeah, that looked like it was towering up. Man, optical illusion out here. Oh man, it's been that kind of day. Been that kind of day. This is the other live cam that's looking a little bit more right. Again, you got the rainbow on the left side of your screen. A little bit pixelated. It should focus here in a second. Then back over here to the right. Again, that would be where any hail is falling. We had a little bit of small hail here initially, but it didn't really last. I'm guessing that this live cam is on the west side of town on Virtual Railfan. I could be wrong, but I think it's on the west side of town because we had really minimal hail here. The rainbow's still pretty beautiful. It's without a doubt. Blooper. We've had like 4 different bloopers in this live stream. It's been that kind of day. I believed you. I didn't have my glasses on. Yeah, that's unbelievable. I can't believe I said that. Well, we definitely know the trees are swaying. These aren't fake trees, I'm assuming. Those are probably real trees. Those are definitely swaying. We got a rainbow. That's definitely a rainbow. And then this is not a power pole. That is just part of the railroad cross arm here. A crossbar. That is swaying back and forth. Yeah, that's a beautiful rainbow. Nice cut, thank you. I know. I've had a lot of comments about my haircut. Will there be flying trampolines? Haven't seen any yet. We've seen some flying birds. Haven't seen any flying trampolines yet, though. We'll go back to the live cam if anything interesting happens there. But once again, that live cam is still on the right side of your screen in Quanah. We do still have a significant hail core going through Quanah, Texas. Golf ball sized hail, again, just confirmed moments ago in the Quanah area. That black area that you're seeing here on the reflectivity radar, that is indicating that we currently have some large to even maybe very large hail happening right now. And we also have a storm down to the south here that has fizzled out very quickly. So this is really the only storm that's left remaining right now in Texas. And again, this will continue to move to the north towards El Dorado, Alesti, East Duke, and Altus, Oklahoma here over the next several minutes. So once again, if you're further up here to the north, definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware, as the hail threat will definitely still exist, and as well as damaging winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour is still a threat. And we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Altus and Alesti. That is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and some quarter-sized hail. We have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, and this would be one of them. So just a little heads up there. The other warnings for the most part right now are in Nebraska, or in South Dakota, or in Virginia. And once again, that is that live cam. The storm's starting to move out. The actual storm itself here on the virtual railfan camera, it's back over here in the background. But we still have that rainbow, which is now fading away into the distance. It is now fading out. So that rainbow that we have right now in the middle of your screen, it'll probably only be there for a few more seconds. The rainbow, or the live cam, is going to still be at the right side of your screen, but unfortunately we are losing the rainbow. Probably the most beautiful thing that we've seen today. You sure that's not beer? It is not beer. Storms to the west. What, west out here? I don't have any storms out here. This storm's still going, though. It's still staying pretty intense. I bet this storm will at least last through Altus, maybe Hobart. It might get close to Interstate 40, but I don't think it gets past that. So that storm's going to keep going. Back up in Kansas, we don't have anything too severe right now happening in Kansas. No storms on the radar. Well, we do have one storm near Kansas City, but that's not something that I'm concerned about, really. Maybe some isolated small hail or gusty winds. So we got severe weather in Nebraska, plenty of storms up here producing some half-dollar sized hail, 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Got plenty of storms across South Dakota, so there's plenty of activity happening right now. It's just, again, not really any sort of tornado risk has gotten going so far, which we'll continue to watch and see if anything like that develops. But so far, things have been all right so far, at least for the time being. But we'll definitely have to wait and see if anything does develop here over the next hour or two. What about Childress? I do think Childress has kind of missed their opportunity for storms. I don't think you're going to get anything. I think if you were to get a storm, it would have had to have come out of the activity that we've already seen, which is what we're looking at right now. It would have had to have come out of one of these storms, and these have remained, for the most part, pretty isolated in nature. And we didn't really have any storms near Abilene or Wichita Falls, which I'm still not ruling out an isolated storm near Wichita Falls in the next hour. Again, the tornado watch does go until 9 o'clock tonight. But for the most part, we've had not really anything too significant here develop yet. But back up in Nebraska, we got some massive supercell structures there. And again, we do have Storm Chaser Connor Croft. If he is near any storms, we will have him on the screen, but if not, we'll probably just leave it off. Because he's currently in, he's in Kansas, but storm development hasn't even begun there yet. It's still very low cloud. Like, there's not really any clouds even out there. So the environment has not really been sufficient there for any sort of storm development thus far. When do they update the outlook for tomorrow's storms? That'll be at 2 a.m. Eastern time tonight, or 1 p.m. or sorry, 1 a.m. Central time, or 2 a.m. Eastern time. And that's like after midnight tonight. I'm scared for tomorrow's threat. There's no reason to be scared. I know that that there's always a a reason that you might be worried or something like that, but I would not be scared. Just make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place just in case. We do have a extension to this tornado watch now that does include Oklahoma. Hobart has been included now into the tornado watch. So this has been updated. It now does include Hobart, Oklahoma. Tornado watch does still go until 9 p.m. Central Time. So we still got a little over an hour left on the tornado watch in Texas. I highly doubt they'll extend this tornado watch or like extend the time of it, because I think a lot of the storms here are going to be between now and 9 o'clock. I think after that, the storms really die down. HRRR model shows no storms after 9 o'clock in Texas. Maybe one little storm trying to develop after midnight or a few, but these will probably not really be severe. I do think the bulk of the activity from here is going to be in Nebraska and Kansas, where there will probably be a more elevated chance there for severe weather. And the HRRR model is actually showing now around 8 o'clock or so a storm firing off here near Hays and Dodge City. It's interesting. If that ends up developing, we might end up getting some sort of tornado risk going here. So we'll have to wait and see if that develops. So the HRRR model is now picking up on something. The NAM3 or the NAM12K model is not really showing much up until about midnight or so, or a little bit after that. And then the NAM3K model is currently showing 7, 8, 9, showing some storms around 9, trying to get going. So yeah, right now it doesn't look super impressive on the future radar, but we'll continue to watch and see if anything does develop here. Still think the overall risk right now is still on the lower side of things. Again, it's a highly conditional tornado risk. It's going to depend on if storms get going here probably in the next couple of hours. Here's the latest radar scan. So we still do have this supercell now moving towards Altus, Oklahoma. No rotation as of right now on this. It is still mainly going to be some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Once again, this storm is moving northeast into Oklahoma. We do have 2 live cams, one of them in Quanah, Texas on the right side of your screen. That's the one that is just north of Vernon here. It's on this particular storm near Altus. We also have a live cam out of Oklahoma City, which if we end up getting storms there, we'll have a camera there. I think we'll probably change the Quanah, Texas one to Kearney, Nebraska. I think. Let me see what Kearney looks like right now. Kearney, Nebraska is another area of potential development. Yeah, we'll switch it over to Kearney for now. There hasn't been a whole lot of development there yet, but that would be the next area to watch for. Change it back over to that. I don't know if we have any in South Dakota. I'll check. South Dakota, let's see. Nope, none in South Dakota. South Dakota's also been pretty active today. Alright. Is Oklahoma City in the path? Oklahoma City is not really in the path of this storm. If it does continue to go throughout Oklahoma, which I don't think it'll get past Interstate 40, it would be mostly in track here for areas between Clinton and Oklahoma City. I don't think it would hit Oklahoma City, though. This particular storm. Even if it does, it'll probably be a very marginal threat by the point it gets there. Once again, this storm is moving northeast at about 65 to 70 miles per hour, so it's a very fast-moving storm. So those in Warren, Cold Springs in about 20 to 30 minutes. Got Hobart in about 35 minutes from now. Got Fort Cobb in about an hour, Corn in about an hour, and Albert in about 70 minutes, Weatherford in 75 minutes in Oklahoma. But overall, this storm is not going to get anywhere close to Oklahoma City for at least an hour and a half. And between now and then, the cap is probably going to continue to strengthen, and I do think the severe weather threat is going to continue to go down, at least in Oklahoma for now. There's a better chance that we get something later tonight in Oklahoma, like overnight tonight, but I don't think there will be anything too significant tonight. Maybe some large hail or damaging winds. That'd be about it. Still don't have any new sounding data yet. Again, I'm still waiting to see if we get any new sounding data on areas in Kansas, and we'll kind of evaluate the environment there once we have some new sounding data. Altus is going to probably get hit right by the storm. You're right in the track of it. If you don't get hit by it, it would be on the eastern side of town. That hail core, though, is basically beelining it right now towards Altus, Oklahoma. And that severe thunderstorm warning in Texas is about to expire. So we won't have that one anymore. We'll only be here in Oklahoma with this particular storm moving towards Altus, Oklahoma. Chicago's not getting a tornado watch. If you get one, it'll be tomorrow, not today. I don't think we'll get a tornado in Tulsa. I honestly think the Oklahoma tornado risk is really low. The only area that there might be a tornado would be on the western half of the state. Do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Sorry, I missed this. This was about 15 minutes ago, but this is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. A couple supercell, I'm guessing I meant a couple of supercells, are likely to develop in a rapidly develop by 10 p.m. to midnight, if not earlier. This will pose a risk for large hail and a few tornadoes. So we now have a outlined area here in western central Kansas for the threat of large hail and a few tornadoes. That'll develop sometime between now and about midnight. That could be earlier. I will say, if we don't have any storms developing by 9 or so, we may just kind of leave it be and not stream past 9. But if storms start to develop by 9, we'll probably stay live, because those storms are going to be really late, I think. I think it might be a little bit later than I thought it would be. But we'll see what happens. That would be the new area to watch for. I think we can pull up the mesoscale discussion on... Pull it up on Radar Omega here. Here's that mesoscale discussion. So that does include Dodge City, Norton, Hayes, just south of Kearney. Near Dodge City, Larned, Russell, Hayes, Interstate 70. Those are the areas included in this mesoscale discussion, where it is highly uncertain whether we'll actually get storms here. But if they do develop, a few tornadoes will be possible, in addition to the threat of damaging winds and large to very large hail. So we'll definitely monitor this area very, very closely and see if anything does develop there. The storm, though, again, near Altus, Oklahoma, is quickly approaching, again, with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The storm is moving, again, north-northeast, moving towards Altus and Blair. And once again, if you are in this area near Highway 62, make sure that you're staying away from windows on the lowest floor possible. There could be some flying debris, like trampolines, and that could obviously knock into your home, so you definitely want to make sure that you are staying away from windows. And on the lowest floor possible. And if you live near trees especially, make sure that you're staying away from windows. Having some serious winds between Wichita Falls and Burke Burnett. The winds are really strong today. They're all between 30 to 40 miles per hour. And that's not from the severe storms. That's just the nature of the wind today. It's very strong. That wind will continue to stay strong probably all the way through tonight into tomorrow morning, before the cold front eventually passes through. I don't think we have a camera in Altus, no. I don't think. Let me check. Yeah, we only have one in Oklahoma, and that's Oklahoma City. We have one in Fort Worth. We have one in Big Sandy, Texas. We have one in Oklahoma City. We got one in Nebraska, which is Kearney. We also have Kansas City. We have Wichita. We have a couple in Iowa. We have a couple in Indiana. We got 3 in Illinois. So on tomorrow's live stream, we'll have plenty of live cams to deal with over in Illinois and Indiana and such, and as well as Iowa for severe weather coverage. Plenty of live cams. The yellow is a severe thunderstorm warning. And then anything pink would be either a tornado watch or a tornado warning. Connor is live, but again, he's not near any activity yet. We'll pan into him if anything gets going where he is. He is in Kansas, which if storms get going there here soon, we'll pan to him. But if not, I'll just leave him off for now. We'll definitely have him tomorrow for sure. Tomorrow's going to be a much more significant severe weather event. This is not North Carolina. This is currently in Oklahoma. This is the Altus, Oklahoma storm. And once again, we are still seeing some large hail with this. The correlation coefficient still has a very definitive area of hail falling. That is near Olustee, approaching Altus. So that correlation coefficient area that we're seeing here, that is essentially the radar picking up on things other than rain in the atmosphere, which will be approaching Highway 62 and Altus, moving towards Friendship and Blair over the next several minutes. Once again, moving towards Highway 62 near the Hedrick area and Friendship. So definitely still a pretty significant area of hail here still falling. Moving to the northeast, going towards eventually possibly near Snyder, Oklahoma too. We'll have to watch that area pretty closely near Snyder for a potential there for some significant hail, but I think it'll stay just to your west. And then the storms that were further down to the south have completely fizzled out. At this point, really no more storm activity in the tornado watch aside from Oklahoma. I do think Texas and the tornado watch, you should still stay weather aware for the next hour, but I do think the threat of severe weather is definitely dropping right now in Texas in particular. Definitely a lower threat overall. 1-inch hail from broadcast media. Oh, yeah, we have it right here. Yeah, so we do have confirmed quarter-sized hail now near Olustee and Altus. That is in Jackson County, Oklahoma. That includes areas near Highway 62, near Blair, moving northeast, going to be going towards Highway 183, near Mountain Park, and near Snyder. And once again, this storm right now moving northeast with some large hail, quarter to $half sized hail, and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. But Altus is about to get hammered with some hail. Got a large hail core about to move right into downtown Altus. Again, if you're in Altus, make sure that you are staying away from windows, as we do have a significant hail core here coming through this area. Yeah, we currently have actually 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a ton. A lot of them are still in, like, other areas. Let me quickly zoom out here. We'll quickly just show you a few of the other storms that are happening. So we got some storms over in Virginia and West Virginia still. And most of these are not too significant. Quarter to $half sized hail possible and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We still got storms ongoing in Southeast Virginia. This is a mess of storms. We got all these are outflow driven. Mainly damaging winds at this point across Southeast Virginia. So definitely got a lot of storms there. We also got one just north and east of Louisville. Look at this storm. Near LaGrange. This is actually where we had a confirmed tornado a couple weeks ago on that tornado outbreak that we covered in the Ohio Valley. Got some hailstorms forming here. Got a little train of storms forming. Could get some localized flooding out of that. But mostly just hailstorms here in Indiana and Kentucky. And then back over in South Dakota and as well as Nebraska, we got plenty of storms over here. All of these right now, for the most part, are severe. Look at this thing. I don't think we have any rotation on this, but that is a kind of a nasty looking little hook on the bottom of this. This is in Nebraska. Double check with my other radar here. Yeah, it's not really rotating right now, but that's near Wall in Quinn, Nebraska. If we have any rotation, it is definitely very weak and very broad, but that is a hook that is developed on this storm. Some $half sized hail was reported as well, but we do have a little hook shape on this. Definitely have an inflow. See if it develops into anything. This is a very low tornado environment back up here in South Dakota, but I would not rule out a brief tornado out of that activity. Got a couple more quarter-sized hailstorms, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got another storm near Valentine that is blown up with ping-pong ball-sized hail, and also some 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That's moving north-northwest. And then, once again, we are still waiting to see if we get development here in Kansas over the next few hours. That storm development is very uncertain still, but that could happen anytime between now and midnight. So if it does develop in the next, like, hour and a half, 2 hours, we will we'll definitely stay live for that as long as we need to. If it kind of waits until after like 9:30, 10 o'clock, again, we probably won't be covering it because it's just going to be too late for me since I have an exam tomorrow. And we'll have to get up early tomorrow again for another live stream, so it's going to be busy. So we'll see what happens. I wouldn't really call this a hook on the Oklahoma storm. We don't have any rotation at this time. So, I mean, you could make an argument that that looks like a hook right there, but it's just... It's not, there's no rotation with this storm in Oklahoma. And the main concern here is going to be large hail and some damaging winds. The storm's moving northeast at 70 miles per hour, and we have another severe thunderstorm warning on this that was just issued for Altus near Mountain Park, excuse me, west of Snyder. This is for Hobart, Oklahoma. The main concern is quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and once again, this storm is moving northeast. We're out southwest Oklahoma right now. So once again, if you are in this warning, stay away from windows as the storm does approach. Damaging winds. Potential for a rainbow exists, and as well as potential for some large hail. Up to quarter-sized hail still possible. I am still watching that storm in Nebraska closely in case we do end up getting rotation there. It does have a hook shape. Or sorry, not Nebraska. South Dakota. Near Wall, South Dakota. There's a hook there, but not really much rotation. We'll continue to monitor it to see if it does try to produce a tornado down the road. See if we have any other updates here. And no other updates as of right now. We did have a report, again, of quarter-sized hail in the storm recently. Near Altus and Alusty. That's west of Snyder. But we did have a quarter-sized hail report down here not too long ago. That was about 16 minutes ago. Definitely still has the chance for some large hail. And we got a train going through Kearney, Nebraska right now. Look at that. Train going right through. We also have 13 severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So that warning counter has been jumping here over the last several minutes. 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings yet today. And we're almost 4 hours in. No tornado warnings yet. Yeah, we'll see what happens with Kansas. Again, it's going to be a very hit or miss, I think, today. It's either it goes big or it goes small. There's not really a whole lot of in-between with that. Look at that train. Good old train. Here's the latest radar scan, and it looks like this storm in Oklahoma is beginning to weaken. Latest radar scans are showing a weakening trend now in this storm. The hail core is shrinking, the storm itself is shrinking, and that's one of the things that we were kind of watching for here is this storm to eventually weaken, and it's definitely beginning to weaken here in southwest Oklahoma. We'll see if it survives a little bit longer. The lightning is definitely coming down quite a bit. We don't have many lightning strikes with this. Once again, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main concern. But the storm is definitely beginning to weaken quite a bit here in Oklahoma. That'll be going towards Hobart and Carnegie. If it's able to survive, it'll get to Carnegie. I'm in Kearney and I heard that train horn. It's pretty funny. Will Tulsa get a severe thunderstorm watch? I don't think so. Well, again, if you get one, it'll be overnight tonight. Two roofs in 5 years had enough of hail. If you live in Texas or Oklahoma, you get a lot of hail. And roofing is a common expense in those states. This is really cool. This is on the Radar Omega app. This is the 3D view of the storms over in South Dakota. This is actually a really cool animation. Wow. That is pretty cool. That's on the infrared imagery. It's available to any Radar Omega subscriber on the app. And again, if you want to download Radar Omega, you can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It is the weather app that we are using throughout this live stream. And it's only $8.99 on the iOS and Android store. It's highly worth it. You can get a bunch of features, including live cameras, live storm chasers, live radar feed, and a lot more. Again, you can check it out with the top link in the description below on your Apple or Android device. And by the way, the severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Hobart, Oklahoma has just been canceled. And that storm, again, is weakening right now. So I don't think this one will be allowed to really continue much longer. It is definitely on a weakening trend. If anything does change, we'll go back to it. This is the storm that did have a hook back up near Wall in South Dakota. The storm's still producing some ping pong ball sized hail. It's not really rotating though. Still watch for an isolated tornado risk up here, but that threat still remains pretty low as of right now. We had softball sized hail in July last year. Tired of it totaling my cars out. Yeah, that sucks. Softball sized hail is really bad, especially for cars. Des Moines, Iowa is fine for today. Tomorrow's your threat. If you want to know more about tomorrow's threat, again, you can check out my video from earlier today. You can also check out my live stream update from earlier today as well for more details. The train's going by my town too. Yeah, again, these live cams we just started using recently on Virtual Railfan, so you'll see plenty of trains on here. That's for sure. Central Virginia. If you've already seen storms, you're pretty much done. If you have not yet seen storms, and there are storms coming close to you, the main concern would be damaging winds in Virginia. We're pretty much done with the hail threat there at this point. So the severe weather risk is going down overall in Virginia. All right, I'm going to quickly take a 60-second break. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, I'm back. The only tornado watch we have is in Oklahoma and Texas. There has not been an issued one for Kansas yet. The Storm Prediction Center did mention recently that they may issue a tornado watch. It's like an 80% chance in Kansas. But at this current time, there has not been anything official at this point. Something that is interesting that is developing is that we now have an area of storm development in the Oklahoma Panhandle. That's on satellite imagery, and that is a precursor to any storms that could develop. So this could get interesting here. We might actually get a tornado risk going here soon. Let's go to the satellite imagery. And unfortunately, the satellite is going to become very faint because the sun is setting, but that right there is the storm development that is beginning. We can go to the infrared imagery, and that shows a much better view of that. So you can see the storm development here in the last few minutes. This is all in the last 6 minutes or so. Let me go to the continental United States view of this. Oops. This is the continental United States view of it. Let's go back to infrared imagery. So yeah, you can see the storm development. It's trying to begin here in the Oklahoma Panhandle. So anything that develops here could produce an elevated tornado risk. So that is going to be our next, that'll be really our actual chance for tornadoes. So it'll be coming out of anything that develops here. So we'll have to watch this very, very closely over the next couple of hours. This will be the area of development, though. That's starting to at least develop. How's it going, Shelly? Welcome back. Yeah, we got storm chaser. We got one storm chaser heading towards looks like southwest Kansas. This will be the area to watch for, though. This would be where our development is going to begin for a tornado risk. It would be this activity. And once again, this is where the most favorable environment is for tornadoes. And again, this is the infrared imagery. It's not live radar. Live radar doesn't show anything yet, other than it's like some sort of outflow going backwards. But other than that, we don't have any significant development yet. But that would be where the precursor to storms is. So I would definitely be expecting here some storm development here relatively soon. Perhaps a tornado risk getting going here soon in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Look at these storms, by the way, back down in Oklahoma. Or this particular storm that just went through near Wichita Falls. On infrared imagery, we got some very dark clouds, or not dark clouds, but very high cloud tops. That's being indicated by the infrared imagery. And then back up in South Dakota, we've had an explosion of storms up here. This is the last 50 frames on Radar Omega. Just look how these storms exploded. This is 4 p.m. This is 5 p.m., 6 p.m., and then 6:30 right here. That's unbelievable. These storms blew up really fast. But once again, our new storm development that we're watching is going to be here in the Oklahoma Panhandle in southwest Kansas, where there will be a chance for strong tornadoes. And as a friendly reminder, this is your hatched tornado risk today. This is where we could see some strong tornado potential tonight. That includes areas in central and western Kansas, and as well as central and southern Nebraska. Why is Dallas so red? That's just the infrared imagery. It's basically indicating how cold or warm the cloud tops are. It just basically means that the clouds there are really cold. That's all that means. Where do you find the satellites? It's top left. Satellite settings, left side right here. Top left. The brown color here is a 5% tornado risk within a 25-mile radius, so it's like a low threat. Green would mean very low. It's a 2% tornado risk, and then medium risk would be the yellow area that we have here. So a medium risk for tornadoes. That's at least how I classify it. Yeah, we definitely have some development here in southwest Kansas that's trying to get going right now. See if it gets going. The infrared imagery is picking up on it right now. We will see. We'll put on Connor here. Yeah, I have to make it full screen here. Correct. We'll go full screen. That is Connor. That is live right now in Kansas. On the right side of your screen. So we'll have him with us. And we'll keep Kearney, Nebraska on there as well. And we will get rid of Quanah, Texas, which doesn't have anything there anymore. All right, there we go. Well, we'll go full screen to him if there's anything interesting. Actually, we can probably go full screen to him now. I'm not sure if he's talking about anything. We will go live full cam to him.
These birds are wild. And
apparently Connor almost hit 2 birds earlier that were flying across his car at one point. I saw a tweet of that like 5 minutes ago. Beautiful sunset though in Kansas. Again, where he is right now is near the Greensburg area of Kansas. So he's heading basically toward this new area of convection that is attempting to develop right now in southwest Kansas. That does have the threat for some significant severe weather like tornadoes if it's able to get going here soon. Tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. That is right. That's tomorrow.
set that cruise button. Let's roll.
Is Carney in the 10% tornado risk? Yeah, Carney is in the, I think you're close to it. I don't know if you're in it. Let me double check. You're pretty close to it. If not, you're in it. Yeah, you're in the 10% tornado risk. I don't know if we're really going to get strong tornadoes up here, or even that threat. I honestly think if we do get any strong tornadoes, it would probably be down in here. So if we do get that threat, I think it'll be back down in here in central and southern parts of Nebraska, or sorry, southern and central parts of Kansas. That's where I think if we do get a strong tornado threat, it'll be. There's still a chance back up in here overnight tonight in Nebraska, but I think the risk overall is pretty low. Storm is no longer warned in Oklahoma. The storm is weakened out entirely. They may end up canceling this tornado watch altogether. We'll see. You have a small little storm west of Denton, but that is not currently severe. I don't expect it to go severe. So the tornado watch here in Texas, it goes for 1 more hour, but I don't think it'll continue too much longer. I do think the severe weather threat is going down there. Nebraska, the severe weather threat's definitely not done, or at least in South Dakota. Nebraska definitely still has a chance for some severe storms, but the storms that are back up here in South Dakota right now still remain pretty vigilant, pretty strong, producing large to even sometimes very large hail, damaging winds, and maybe a brief tornado threat. We still do have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings, so plenty of warnings still ongoing here across the country. Majority of them now in South Dakota. We do still have a couple in Virginia. We also have 2 now in Kentucky. Very slow-moving storms in Kentucky, only moving about 10 to 15 miles per hour. The storm near LaGrange right now, near Interstate 71, just east of Louisville, is producing a threat for some quarter-sized hail. And that is right now moving to the south at about 15 miles per hour. And then back over in Virginia, we still have some storms there, but those are overall weakening. So the current activity is not too significant. But obviously, what we are still waiting to see if it happens would be this activity back over here in Kansas. We'll have to wait and see if anything significant gets going here. This is where we're really mainly why we're live today is because of this activity. Obviously, we're live for the Texas storms as well, but this is the area that we're watching to see if there's some sort of tornado risk that gets going. And if we go back to the infrared imagery here on Radar Omega, we do have at least some convection trying to blow up there near Garden City and Liberal near Euless, just southwest of Dodge City. So this is the area of development that we have to watch for very closely. And the Storm Prediction Center did mention that a tornado watch may be issued here soon, if conditions do warrant it. Go back full cam to Connor. It's a beautiful sunset, though, that we're about to see here in Kansas. Beautiful sunset, and then right after the sun sets, that's when mayhem might start here in southwest Kansas.
I just go to like Dodge City and shoot.
The new Storm Prediction Center outlook, by the way, should be out here in a few minutes. So we'll see if they do update anything on the Storm Prediction Center outlook side of things. I bet they'll at least remove part of that Texas risk, and then they might even condense the 10% tornado risk a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah, that might be the play. Might be the play to go north and just kind of like, because these like, this cumulus or whatever it is on the dry line, which doesn't look like anything impressive anymore, is like, kind of just like rolling straight north.
Mayhem. Yes, mayhem. I don't usually use the word mayhem, but it could go to mayhem. You never know. It very well could in this sort of environment, but it's just a matter of if storms actually develop here. Again, new Storm Prediction Center outlook will be here in a second. We do have new sounding data. That'll actually be interesting. Let's go look at the sounding data. This is the sounding data for southwest Kansas. This is the latest sounding data. So again, we're looking basically in the atmosphere at the different temperatures and winds and all that sort of stuff that are being measured by legitimate observations. And this is as of within the last hour. and this is out of southwest or southwest Kansas. And so the moisture is still lacking across the entire atmosphere. It's still very, very much lacking. There is a huge disparity between the dew point and the temperature. With that said, it has gotten a bit closer here near the surface, near where the lifting condensation level is. And that is where a parcel or a storm begins to develop, is at that lifting condensation level in the atmosphere. So right here is where that storm's going to try to develop, and it'll go up from there. But the moisture is still lacking. So as the temperature cools down closer to the dew point, that should allow for storm development. It's going to depend, though, if that how fast that temperature cools down and how fast the dew point goes up. That's really the big question mark right now. The forecast from the HRRR model shows that the temperature here, this is near Dodge City, by 9 p.m. or even, yeah, by 9 p.m. should drop to about 73 degrees. So that should be close enough to produce a storm. Should be enough in this particular area. So we'll see if that gets going. It's definitely a possibility. Yeah, we'll keep watching this for another hour, and we'll see if anything gets going. This is also in southwest Nebraska. More sounding data here. This is a bit closer together for the temperature and dew point near the surface. It gets there's a big disparity in the middle of the atmosphere, but once again, you really need the temperature and dew point to be pretty close together. And since after sunset, the dew point and temperature will be pretty close together, that should allow for at least some sort of threat to begin to develop. In Oklahoma City, by the way, we have a massive cap in place. Look at that cap. This is the cap, by the way. The problem in Kansas is actually the moisture, but the cap is right here, where we have this massive temperature inversion. The temperature at about half a kilometer up into the atmosphere, which is a few thousand feet up, is currently the same temperature as at the ground. 70 degrees. That's pretty crazy. That's a serious temperature inversion right there. So, interesting stuff on the sounding data. Manhattan, Kansas should be alright. Again, the main concern would be overnight tonight. It's not all on the radar near Tulsa. Alright, talking about this. This is just the infrared imagery. It's just satellite picture. Basically measuring the coldness and warmness of cloud tops. The only activity in Oklahoma right now is a weakening storm near Hobart, south of Clinton, which is not expected to re-intensify, as the cap is pretty strong up here in Oklahoma. That storm should begin to weaken here over the next couple of hours. And here's a live cyclone port view on Radar Omega out of Norman, Oklahoma. Again, you can watch live cams like this on their app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Once again, very thick cloud cover there. German, Texas, also the same way, very thick cloud cover. A place that does not have thick cloud cover right now would be Kansas. This is another live cam, another beautiful area for a sunset. This is Connor Croft. He's live on a sunset intercept right now. This is a sunset intercept in Kansas.
10 o'clock comes around and nothing is happening except like linear garbage. We'll leave. But like if something goes, we're still chasing this chat. That's like the 20% chance scenario. I'm just tomorrow. I mean, if today busts, we can't make it so that we bust today and bust tomorrow because we waited.
We shouldn't be looking at the river at 8 p.m. But I mean, it's cooking now.
Beautiful sunset. We'll go back to it in a second. I do want to show you guys something real quick. This is the HRRR model run and the latest model run that they have. This is actually really interesting. The HRRR does show a storm that forms right at 8 o'clock. It's already 8. We don't have a storm here. But closer to like 9 and 10, it does show it intensifying. And if we get a storm like this, again, that would be where we're looking for a strong tornado. So the HRRR is at least catching on to something developing here. Whether it develops or not still remains very uncertain. But if the temperature can cool down quick enough, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't have a storm developing here within the next hour. So we'll see if that activity gets going here soon. Still a bit in question, but it's definitely possible. All right, let's go back live to Connor on the sunset intercept here in Kansas.
Can't miss me.
Oh, never mind. I guess we're not intercepting a sunset. Oh, he's pulling over. He's gonna wait. Never mind. I guess we're not looking at a sunset. We'll put him full cam at the bottom right. Or middle right. But yeah, this is the HRRR model, so it does show at least something developing here in the next couple of hours. See if it develops. Yeah, I'm gonna give it till about 9 or so. And if we don't see anything by 9, I'll probably just prepare for tomorrow's stream. But this is what we're looking at for the latest severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. It should be out here in a second. No major changes to the forecast. I'll show you once it updates. They just posted a new update. This is the latest outlook. So the enhanced risk of severe weather has been removed from Kentucky. That's now back down to a marginal threat. And then back over in the Central Plains, we still have that enhanced risk from South Dakota back into Kansas. Pretty close to the Oklahoma and Kansas border there. And then much of Oklahoma right now is included in that slight risk still. I'm surprised they didn't remove this risk. We might get an isolated storm tonight. We also could get a couple of isolated severe storms in Oklahoma tonight. I do think the threat of severe weather, though, is overall going to be pretty low. Wait to see what the exact details on this update are. That should be out here in a second. We'll see if there's any changes to the tornado risk and such. And again, that'll be out here in a second. Thank you, Liam. Appreciate it. A lot of people actually say that, believe it or not. People do actually fall asleep to these live streams, which is impressive. This is the 3D view of a storm at 9 o'clock, by the way. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. This is the 3D view of the storms back up in South Dakota. Pretty cool stuff. You can actually do this on the live radar. Let's do that in the live radar here. This is the live radar 3D view. So we got like decent amount of hailstorms here, actually. Got a bunch of them. Whole line of them right here near Martin. Pretty cool stuff. Let's go back to the HRRR. I'm still waiting to see if it's supposed to be updating now. All right, we got a few more hours on here now. So this would be right around 10 o'clock. So let me take off. I take this off? There we go. So this is 9 o'clock. This would be 10 o'clock, 11, 12. Yeah, so it seems like if we get a tornado risk, it would be coming out of one of those storms that tries to fire up here in southwest Kansas. And this would be what we're looking at potentially here around 11. So if a storm does fire up, that's where a strong tornado risk will exist. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's latest outlook. So they still have that 10% hatched area across central and southern Nebraska back into southern Kansas. The wind threat still remains the same. The large hail threat still remains the same in the latest outlook. The enhanced risk has been removed from the East Coast. They haven't really changed anything else in like Texas, for example. The latest update does show that there is moistening, that I guess is a word, at the mid-levels across southwestern Nebraska and western Kansas into the eastern Oklahoma Panhandle. This is likely the leading edge of a large-scale ascent that is spreading into the Central Plains. Over the last hour or so, a boundary layer cumulus have gradually deepened along the dry line, and lightning may soon develop with strengthening updrafts. Supercells are expected to evolve along this corridor soon, and our subsequent movement downstream into the Central Plains is anticipated in line with the 20Z outlook. Environmental shear buoyancy are favorable for large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. Farther south along the Texas Southern Plains, strong surface heating has contributed to dry adiabatic, yada yada yada. Talking more about other stuff here, but that's really the main update there for Oklahoma and Kansas, and as well as Nebraska. This is the Sunset Intercept, by the way, from Connor Croft.
I mean, I guess yeah, what it is. That's what it's doing. What am I stopped for?
Every once in a while.
Is it getting like Alex's 40-yard dash?
I'll just mute him here. He's talking to some other people right now, but that is the sunset here in Kansas, right ahead of when the storms will probably start developing here soon. It is a beautiful sunset. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, we have a tornado watch. I just dropped a water bottle. 1 second. This is our brand new tornado watch that has now been issued for Kansas and Nebraska. So we are probably going to get some storms going here pretty soon. This is where there is a threat for a strong tornado or two. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. A few tornadoes are likely, with a couple of intense tornadoes possible. Large to very large hail up to 3 inches in diameter is also likely, and as well as damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour will also be possible. So once again, brand new tornado watch for Kansas and southern Nebraska. This runs all the way through 3 a.m. Will we be live till 3 a.m.? No. But we will at least be live here for at least the next couple of hours, maybe a bit longer, depending on how things go, with tornado coverage, as there is going to be a chance here for some tornadoes, and a couple of strong tornadoes will also be possible. So this is the beginning of a potentially significant tornado risk across Kansas, Nebraska, and Oklahoma. The tornado watch does include Woodward, Alva, Oklahoma. It also includes Perryton, Texas. Liberal, Garden City, Great Bend, Pratt, Hayes, Beloit are also included in Kansas, and then Lexington and Grand Island, Nebraska are also included in this tornado risk, or in the tornado watch in particular. So make sure, if you're anywhere in this tornado watch, that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place just in case, because it looks like it's going to get pretty active here in the next hour, especially in southwest Kansas. They said it would be nocturnal. That is true. And I also said that as well. I was expecting this to mostly be nocturnal. And again, the reason why is because the temperature and dew point are just so far apart right now. And when the temperature cools down here after sunset, which it's already beginning to cool, but it's going to cool by about 10 degrees in the next hour. So that will definitely allow for the dew point and temperature to get very close together. That should eventually lead to some development of storms. Now back to the sunset intercept here in Kansas. This is right ahead of the storms that should be developing here pretty soon. We do have some, at least, development happening near Hooker, Oklahoma, west of Dodge City. So there should be some storm development here relatively soon. I'm going to see if we have any actual development happening, like rain or cumulus clouds or anything. I'm not seeing anything yet, but I can almost assure you that we're probably going to see a storm here in the next, like, 30 minutes. Probably in the next 30 to 45 minutes, something will develop here. So we'll see. We will see. How's it going, Monty? Welcome back. Guys, I cannot predict if you're going to have a tornado watch tomorrow. It's a watch. It's like predicting tornado warnings in a way. I mean, I can assume that there will probably be a tornado watch in, like, I don't know, at least in the enhanced tornado risk. But, like, again, predicting tornado watches and stuff is not something I do. There is a chance for a few tornadoes tomorrow, but, again, tornado watches is just not something I'm going to predict. Or warnings, for that matter. Especially, 12 plus hours out. It just doesn't make sense. Anything look promising near Kearney? As of right now, no. We do have a live cam there. We don't have any view on anything, really, other than just some low cumulus clouds. That's about it. Oh, man. You got a sheriff there. Right side of your screen, you got a sheriff. This is, again, on Connor's end. I don't know what they're saying here. Sheriff pulling up.
Yeah, I mean, if we get a storm, there could be like a big tornado tonight, but it's just...
I think he muted his mic.
Will we get a storm, or will we just be sitting here watching this all night?
Good times.
Wow, why did we come out here?
Just waiting for storms. And the sheriff is there. I feel like I'm watching live PD right now.
They just died.
Yeah, so we're just kind of posted up here probably for like the next
Thank you for the super chat. Trust process.
I've seen
Appreciate you.
Vince Walty get pulled over before. I've seen, I think, Reed Timmer get pulled over before. I mean, they're not getting really pulled over, just, you know.
Appreciate it, man.
I appreciate it. Maybe not for you, but you know, we'll see, you'll have fun.
Pretty interesting.
There's not a lot of structures out here to hit, so
Happens sometimes.
it's pretty good. Nice flat now.
Give him a Dunkin' Donuts gift card.
Appreciate it. You too. You have a good one.
Take care. Nice sheriff.
What a nice sheriff.
Really nice sheriff.
Yeah, he's probably.
Oh, he is talking. I just can't hear him.
5 over, I bet.
Yeah, I bet he would.
For some reason. Oh, my mic is muted. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Somehow muted my...
30 minutes
microphone.
later, I get pulled
There we
over
go.
by the same exact cop.
$500.
I couldn't hear anything that they were saying, but...
You're like, hey, bro, remember me? The ops are here, guys. It's not the ops. That guy was cool. That was a W.
That's pretty
sheriff.
cool. Sometimes it happens. Alright, let's go back to here. Just glanced over my screen and I'm like, oh, there's a sheriff there. I thought initially that was Vince Walty's storm chasing vehicle. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't until I saw the sheriff thing. This is interesting stuff. Because I think Vince Walty's vehicle looks pretty similar to that. Alright. We are currently at 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. The warning counter has been dropping substantially. At this point, the greatest concern from here on out is going to be Kansas if storms get going. So we'll obviously, again, continue to stay live here at least for another hour. If storms get going in the next hour, we'll continue. Again, I think there will be storms here soon. So we'll continue to wait and see if storms develop here. I do think there will be, again, a significant tornado risk relatively soon if any storms get going. So this activity would be what we're watching for. What chasers are out there right now? There's a bunch of them. We got Connor Croft with us. But there's definitely a lot of them right now out there. Sorry, 1 second. Our Carney live cam has broke. One moment. There we go. I hear him? Hear who? Oh, he might be behind. Here's the full tornado watch, by the way. So, again, the Northeast Texas Panhandle is also included in this tornado watch. It goes all the way through Kearney, Nebraska. And then we also still have a tornado watch for about 45 more minutes in Texas. We actually have a couple of showers or storms trying to fire up here now, south of Paducah. We'll have to watch that activity closely. That's newly developing activity near Rotan, near Rochester, and Rural, just northwest of Abilene. And that'll be moving eventually towards Vernon and Wichita Falls down the road here. Cap holding strong over Oklahoma City. Yeah, I expect the cap to hold in for Oklahoma City until the overnight hours. Which, overnight tonight, there might be some damaging winds or hail. That'd be really the only concern there. A small little storm developing back up in Beloit, Kansas. Again, nothing significant, but a little storm firing up there. And then what we're currently waiting for is to see if any storms develop over here in the Oklahoma Panhandle or in southwest Kansas. That is what we'll be waiting on here. Let's go back to the... We can go to the water vapor imagery too. See how dry it is, by the way. The water vapor imagery showing very dry air, but we do have a little bit of moist air starting to mix in there near Garden City. I do think storms will start firing up here soon. Yeah, Indiana has a low risk for severe weather both tonight and tomorrow. Tonight is mainly southern Indiana. So once again, if you are in the risk tonight in this tornado watch, make sure that you have a tornado action plan in place. Once again, this is a nocturnal tornado threat, so basically any tornadoes tonight are going to happen overnight tonight, and as well as this evening. So make sure that you do have a way to receive alerts, at least a few ways to receive alerts, and have a tornado action plan in place. Make sure you know where you're going for a safe place, like a storm shelter, a basement, a closet, or a bathroom that is away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That's where you need to figure out where you're going to be going tonight, in case we do end up getting a tornado or two. Which, again, a few tornadoes are currently likely. That's the phrasing that they've used. So a few tornadoes do remain likely across Kansas, the Oklahoma Panhandle, the Texas Panhandle, back into southern Nebraska. That'll happen anytime between now and 3 a.m. So it's definitely going to be a pretty late threat here tonight. Connor is currently in Buckland, Kansas. He's pretty close, basically, to where the other two storm chasers are waiting right now. Basically got some storm chasers waiting near Dodge City. And that's where some storm development is possible here over the next couple of hours. Kill, the only app I really can recommend is Radar Omega. I think Radar Omega is great if you need tornado warnings and stuff like that. It does alert you if you put in your location there. And again, if you want to download Radar Omega, it is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. That is honestly the app I would recommend. You can also track out storms with their tracking tool. Got live radar feed, velocities, all that sort of stuff. Lots of cool features. They also have live cams and storm chasers live in the app. We have a live cam over in Burlington, Kansas here, which is clearing out, becoming pretty sunny there. A couple of storm chasers near the storms. Oklahoma City's been pretty cloudy as well. This is what it looks like right now. Very cloudy skies. Ominous in Norman. And then also we're starting to see some clearing here in Sherman, Texas. So finally some peaks of not really sunshine, but some breaks in the clouds. I need to take a vacation and travel somewhere to try some cheese curds. That sounds exciting. Cheese curd sized hail. Gotta go somewhere for that. Could find some cheese curd sized hail here in maybe Kansas tonight if storms end up developing. We'll have to wait and see. I didn't even realize it's almost 9:30 Eastern time. That's kind of crazy. Dogecoin City. I have no idea what cheese curds are, but I'm hungry. You don't know what cheese curds are? Cheese curds are amazing. It's like a fried ball of cheese, basically. They are fantastic. They have them at Culver's. If you've ever heard of Culver's, they have them there. Why do you have to tell me what time it is? I didn't even realize how late it was. I'm kind of contemplating how long we go live here. We will see. Again, if something really develops here in the next half an hour, we'll stay live. But if not, we might just do an emergency live stream if there's a tornado warning, like later tonight. Kind of up for grabs right now. Because I mean, we've been live for 5 hours today, and we've not really seen a whole lot other than hail. And we haven't really had any, again, tornado warnings or anything like that yet. Obviously, there's going to be a chance here now. I kind of went too early for this tornado risk. I mean, we didn't plan it very well, but the tornado risk is essentially going to start probably in the next hour and run all the way through 3 a.m. We're not going to obviously be live until 3, but the greatest tornado risk will probably be between 10 and 12 with this activity, is my guess. So, still contemplating on what we do here. Not exactly sure. Dairy Queen has cheese curds? They do? I didn't even know that. Is there still a good enough cap over Oklahoma? Right now, the cap is still pretty strong. It should stay strong until overnight tonight. So that cap will be staying in place for a little while. Other storms forming near Altus. Oh, yeah, one little storm forming just north of Frederick. The other one's weakening out. It's actually still staying alive somehow near Carnegie. One storm has been staying alive here for quite a while. It's not making a great attempt at, really producing anything significant. It's been kind of on a weakening trend for a while. It's been pretty similar in terms of intensity, at least for the last, 30, 40 minutes. That'll be going towards El Reno and Interstate 40 if it makes it, but pretty low-end threat. And then near Hobart, we still have a little storm developing there. Nothing significant or imminent of a significant severe weather threat. And then back over in north central Texas, we still have some storms here, but these also not really that significant. Pretty limited activity overall there. Making me hungry about cheese curds. Cheese curds are good. They're good stuff. Not healthy at all, but they are good. Thank you, Aviation, for the 199. Most of these events haven't really turned out. I mean, I'm glad a lot of these severe weather events haven't really performed well. We've had a decent amount of bus or just underperforming events in general recently, which is good. And hopefully this is the same thing. Unfortunately, I don't think it will. I do think we're gonna get storms around 9 to 10, somewhere in that time frame. They'll probably start developing, and we'll probably at least get some sort of strong tornado risk going at some point in the next couple of hours out of any storms that develop around the Oklahoma area. With that being said, I don't know when that's going to actually happen. It'll probably happen in the next hour or two if we get storms going. The HRRR model still hinting that the storms will be developing here within the next, 60 minutes. So we'll see if that ends up happening. For the record, it did show a storm will be on the radar by 8. We don't have anything, and it's 8:30, so... Still relatively uncertain. Really, the temperature has to cool down far enough for there to be storms, which I don't think would be too hard to get. Here's a photo from LaGrange in Kentucky from not too long ago. This is from Captain Avatar on Twitter. This is actually a little over an hour and a half ago, but I just saw it now. Got a large hailstorm that was developing there. Pretty cool clouds. Really cool photo there from Captain Avatar on Twitter. And again, if you have any photos or videos, you can tweet us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. You can also send us photos on Facebook, which is also at MaxVelocityWX. We have our Twitter, our Facebook pages, and all that sort of stuff, and as well as our Discord server linked in the description below. Wisconsin cheese curds are hen egg sized. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Not sold in my area. California doesn't have cheese curds. Actually kind of surprising. LaGrange in that vicinity in Kentucky had a tornado the other day. Did have a tornado the other day. Severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. We still have a couple. We don't have any warnings displayed at the very bottom, but there are still a couple in South Dakota. We also have one in West Virginia. And we still have one in the Louisville area, where there's actually been some damage reported of a tree down not too long ago. All right, I think this is the plan, because we're not getting any storm development right now, and honestly, I don't want to keep being live here if there's nothing happening yet. So I think what we're going to do is that we'll probably end the stream here for now, and if we do get a tornado warning within the next hour and a half, we'll go live again for an emergency live stream. But otherwise, if we don't do that, then we'll be live again tomorrow around 11 for an update for Tuesday's weather. We're not going to do a video tomorrow. We'll just do a straight up live stream. And then we'll also have a severe weather coverage in the afternoon, probably after 4. So I think that's the plan for now, because I don't want to, overdo my voice or anything, especially with another day of severe weather ahead. And we don't have anything yet that has been ongoing. I do think we're going to get storms here soon. So if we do have a tornado warning, again, within the next hour and a half, I'll give it until about 10. We'll go live. If it's something after 10, I'll probably hold off on it just so I can get some rest, and we'll be live again tomorrow. So we went live a little bit early for this, but we obviously covered some of the severe weather in Texas. Again, we'll do an emergency live stream if needed up until about 10, and if nothing develops by then, we'll hold off and we'll be live again tomorrow. All right, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream if you found it informative. I do appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great set for your night. If we don't go live again, if we do go live again, you should get notified if you click the bell icon down below, so you're notified when we go live. And we'll see you guys all again soon. All right, if we go live again, it'll be sometime between now and 10. But if not, then we'll just hold off on it and we'll go live again tomorrow. All right, have a great night. If I don't see you guys again, we'll be again live.